finish his answer?
No.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Why did you put a blindfold on?
Probably trying to type.
Blindfold?
I can't tell you how many times I've done that, like trying to type like BRB.
How?
Right.
How do
B.
again?
B.
B.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, but hello, everyone. Welcome. We're gonna be picking up pretty much right after where we left off the last time, where the group had met up with Ronnie and in the Skyskier, had a interesting chat with the doctor, who apparently found a way to be there. It's fine. Don't worry about that.
I am gonna worry about that.
The group at this point was just landing on the Skyskier, just on the outside of town. Before they do go, Hodgepodge has something for you all.
Oh dear.
I took some liberties. I hope you don't mind.
Hmm?
You see a slot open up and a drawer come out. First thing you notice, even, is a Gladius badge. Because you don't have yours.
Yeah, he'll take that.
As well as, and he opens up number one and pops out, looks like a holy symbol. I have scanned your current allies and come up with some helpful trinkets to hopefully keep you all alive. This one is a holy symbol of the War Priest. What it does is it doesn't require attunement, but it basically just gives you +1 to attack and damage for any of your spells.
What does this thing mean by scanning us?
I also have that question.
Don't worry about it.
I want a raw footage recording of any of you,
What did?
including past events.
I'm sorry.
Do not
Feels like
worry,
I
it was no
feels-
issue.
Feels as if I should be making note of that item.
Yeah, that will be going to Sarkas.
Yep.
Symbol of
War. And it is just a generic holy symbol. It's like one of those that are kind of designed for any god.
He's gonna pat Turi on the back. Don't worry. It's not like you can always rewatch every recording and conversation that this thing has.
That's... Why does it... What?
That
Research.
requires special permission. Anyways, and you see another slot open near you, Turi. Your defenses seem to be lacking. So here, I would assist in that.
Cold.
Listen!
Fine.
And it's a-
Fine.
Bracers of defense. While not wearing armor, you gain +2 to AC.
Oh, bless. Okay, that's all.
So I need you to do me a quick, huge favor, Fluffy.
Yes.
What does that item do for me again?
+1 to attack and damage for any of your spells.
1, 2.
It is specifically an aggressive cleric holy symbol.
I don't know what you're talking about. He's not aggressive.
Turi.
Yeah.
Oh, right. He's gonna toss you the ring that you got earlier. You two are the
Okay.
problem, children.
Okay, listen here. I'm pretty sure I'm older than you. Stop. Second of all, I'm trying to make sure you don't get killed.
Age has nothing to do with wisdom.
Even
Why are
getting
you-
killed.
Why are you and my brother the same person sometimes?
Umbra, this one is for you. And I'll pump a It's a necklace with a blood red pendant on it. This is a shard of. It's called a vampirism shard.
Go on.
When you cast a spell of first or higher, you gain temp HP equal to 5 times the spell slot consumed.
I'm just dying, but go on.
It's a, go on.
It's basically a way of keeping you a little going.
You said 5 temp HP per spell slot level?
Yeah, so like if you cast a second level, it'd be 10, etc., etc. It doesn't combine with your current temp HP. It just will overwrite.
Yeah.
Like how temp normally works, got it.
Yeah, and it's just basically one of those things. It'll always activate. It's just whenever you cast magic that is not a cantrip, basically.
I will gratefully accept this gift. That is in no way slightly ironic. It's great.
I believe that one requires attunement as well as the Bracer's Defense, I think, do it as well.
Yes. Where did I write
Finally,
that?
and the slot opens up for you, Ethan.
Oh.
And you see a quiver with no arrows.
Oh no. Take it, kind of look at it.
This quiver is actually not quite full yet, but if you reach in and think of an arrow, if you do that, a arrow appears. It's basically, think of it a bag of holding, but specifically for quivers. It can hold up to 500 arrows.
My
Weigh
god.
anything.
He is
Oh.
going to shove all his arrows in there.
It's effectively just a way of keeping arrows in one spot as opposed to multiple quivers.
You know?
You
And
know.
you just think of the arrow that you want, and when you reach your hand, it'll like you would reach for a quiver, and it'll appear in your hand. Otherwise, it looks empty to everyone else.
That is so misleading.
It looks like he's got no arrows. Surprise!
Surprise, motherfucker.
So yeah, it doesn't manifest arrows. They right now are just a base of 50 arrows.
I will add 50 to his
Basic. Yeah.
thing. Come here, calculator. I'm too lazy. Plus the 1 extra now. He has 125 now. It's fine.
Hooray! More arrows, the more fun.
I don't think he ever has to keep track of arrows again.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Depends where you go. If there's no ways to buy any.
True.
Legacy.
Fair?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that part.
I'm so worried.
But after that, like, you all say your goodbyes, and you depart, and you see the city before you. And I'll describe what you see. It's a very large city. Huge walls that expand about 40 feet up. The only things you can see of the city are several spires, towers, that kind of dot throughout the city. And extending off of each one of them seems to be like these, I think almost like perches, or like, you know what I'm saying, like something like, just something straight and wooden, looks like almost just jutting out on random spots. And you'll see like dragons coming in and out and landing on those and exiting them.
Out of character, that's really cool.
Yeah, right. Turi has this wide-eyed look at the place.
And as you approach the main gate, it looks like a pair of dragon wings that have been folded inwards and closed. Guards on top of the walls, but you also see one guard outside of it. So kind of, he'll raise a hand and kind of approach you as you approach. What's your business?
Who's doing the talking here? You guys gonna make Ethan and Claire do it?
How do you explain what we're doing here?
I'm sure I had notes on this somewhere. My brain has did a full potato.
You were here because of the hollow pikes.
Yeah.
Potentially have a way to get you without a ship, maybe, or maybe has a ship of a suicidal captain.
You know, with the way that character was, that would not surprise me.
Basically, there's a potential way to get across.
I'm not using that die for her.
We need to speak with the hollowed pikes about something, if possible.
Can I ask a name?
Ethan Silverstein.
He kind of stops and looks at you.
Stairs.
Right. Okay. Open the gates.
That name's not known at all, apparently. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
And here's what you see is he kind of motions upwards. You see two guards and two silver dragon wormlings kind of like peering over. Each guard grabs a lever and pulls it and holds it in place, unlocking a mechanism. While the two wyverns, or the wormlings, with their mouths grab these chains and start backing up, pulling them, and you hear the chains as the door opens outwards and up like wings unfolding.
Place is really cool. That is both in and out of character, by the way.
I'm really proud of this description. I love it.
You'd be surprised some of the people my family knows.
Yeah.
Do you need an escort, or are you fine?
At least a description of where to go. Haven't been here before.
And he'll kind of he'll give a description, especially the center of town, effectively. You're looking for he basically describes it as the very showy building.
The showy building.
he's like, he kind of says it. He's like, you'll know it when you see it.
Nods. Curiosity intensifies.
Do you guys go there straight there, or do you guys where do you guys wander over town at all?
That's a good question, dude. Is Turi distracted?
I mean, Turi's looking around at everything. She's just and we gotta,
There's a lot of people. There's dragon riders that kind of hop from roof to roof. They're not really flying. They're kind of like they'll glide from one roof to the next. Kind of just keeping an eye on everything. That seems to be their policing force. It is a very busy and bustling town. No, city, sorry.
this is cool. Don't piss off anyone unless you want to get eaten.
Yeah. Yeah.
I realize this is probably the first time Umbra has seen a fucking dragon.
Oh dear. True, if she's from Withra.
Yeah.
Not as
Not
common
as
there.
common there.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where I might ask a stupid question. Being Sarkas is from the town due east of this place.
Yeah, this probably wouldn't be your first time here.
Okay. I was about to say, wait a minute.
It's not exactly like it's not like they don't allow people here. They just
Mhm.
usually want to know like why you're here, just so
Yeah.
they have record.
Yeah. I was about to say, mostly because I forgot location on maps when I went to look. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Shit. Okay.
This is probably like, honestly, of his travel, this is probably one of the safer cities he's gone through. Because
There.
not a lot of crime happens when punishment is getting
Dragon.
chased down by a wormling
Yeah.
with a knight riding it.
Get
Her
back
is
here.
watching the people riding the dragons like.
Yeah, and you'll see every once in a while, you'll see like one looks like a pair of them that seem to be like, I guess best way of putting it is off duty, and they're just like they seem to spend both their on working hours and non-working hours together.
Yep, I'm gonna be a troll.
Hmm?
Seeing Turi look at the people with the wormlings and stuff. You missing your friend back home?
It stops. Turns and looks at him with rage in her face. I was having a good time.
Hold up, does she have a boyfriend or something?
I don't have a boyfriend. I have a nemesis.
Oh, well, in that case. You want to go to dinner after all this is over? Ace the flirt.
Tori looks very confused and looks over at Ethan like, what?
Ace for the forever flirt.
Yeah.
He just shrugs. Ethan'll just give her a shrug like, I don't care.
And here's where those who know anime is going to probably laugh at this. You know the thing where the person puts their hands behind their head and just keeps walking?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
you can not call... if my brain can English.
You're gonna...
Call him not your boyfriend all you want. There's definitely sexual tension. Just keeps walking.
There's no sexual tension. It is I want to stab him tension.
That's the same thing in my book.
You're
Weird.
Kind of response.
You're so weird.
I like a little pain, dear.
Okay, out of characters, what you're saying, whips and chains excite him.
I feel like Ethan's probably like face palming at this point and just looking at his sister like, can you stop this?
Looks up from sketching in her book. Stop walking.
Just pats her on the head and keeps walking.
You don't actually walk through it, but you do walk past a market. You'll see it's like an open market, one of those like kind of like a big tarp over it, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of keep the sun off, but there's no sun right now. It's cloudy. But
This makes me happy.
but eventually you do. You're assuming you see it. based on the description given, it is a large. You know those like almost feudal
hold
kind
on.
of.
Oh.
Oh, hold on.
We
Sorry, I
have
had
the
a
swirly circle of death.
It never swirled for me, it just did a weird hiccup.
Mer.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think I see why. I never connected my phone back to Wi-Fi.
Oh.
I'll do it.
Yeah, that would do it.
Twitch Mobile doesn't like 4G, man. It likes Wi-Fi.
It prefers the Wi-Fi. It tastes better.
I-
Anyways,
What? Okay.
we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys walk past the merchant, like the big, with the big tarp, to kind of keep the weather off of it, off any of the goods inside, and the people. And then you see what you can only imagine is what you're looking for. Think those big like feudal kind of mansions with the roofs that kind of slant down and up at an angle.
Yeah.
Which fits most of the other motif, with the exception of one thing.
Oh, no.
A large banner, effectively, that says Hollow Pikes in permanent glitter.
Huh.
You know?
That's
Place.
that's
I don't.
that's fitting
know
from
if
the
I
descriptions I heard about that man.
But if that's not the place, I would hate to see what's more showy than that.
We'll say one thing, you would notice it looks like people have attempted to get that off of there, but it has not come off.
Oh no. Okay. Player interject with player knowledge type thing here. They made the mistake of trying to remove glitter.
It was also, what was it, an infinite glitter bomb that just kept spawning glitter or
Yeah,
something?
glitter bomb.
no.
That's one of his
Oh
items.
my gosh.
That was one of his items that Victoria locked up at one point.
Look,
Yeah.
I was just saying because fucking hell glitter doesn't get removed from anything no matter how much
Well, okay, there's a slight story.
That are in a room for years.
Yeah, there's a slight story I gotta tell you, because at one point he tried to prank, I don't remember if it was Aurora or Reggie, because he had already done it to Lilia. But he tried to prank somebody with it, and it backfired, and he got himself glitter bombed, and it was all over him, and he just like shrugged it off and walked around with glitter for
And
a
then
few
kept leaving
days.
A trail of glitter.
Yeah, and
Oh my
eventually
gosh.
he was forced to clean it up.
He became a glitter shader.
I love it.
Which it is easy to clean up. It just pushes a button and it cleans. It basically sucks up all the glitter it makes.
I love that. That's great.
It's a real-ending device, and you know it.
I just remember Victoria walking into the room and holding out her hand for it. That's all I remember.
Guys, I know how to get us across the Dead Sea. We're going to slowly move across with the glitter until we create a bridge of glitter.
Oh dear lord.
We're just going to have to move like 1 foot every 20 seconds. That way it gets a good layer.
Oh, goodness. Outside the gates, you do see 2 guards.
You will approach.
Gonna follow.
Name?
Ethan Silverstein.
He nods an acknowledgement to the last name and motions to everyone. Everyone enters. Moment passes.
I
Comes
feel
back.
like in this waiting period, Umbra would lean over to Turi. These giant shiny lizards are dragons, right?
You're gonna look at Umbra and go, have you never seen one?
Just looked at Turi as going, looked at Turi and that face is going, does this look like someone who's seen one?
Yeah, these are dragons. Those are where, like, starts pointing at all the different kinds and, like, them off like
Aww.
she's a
That's a
heckin' little
silver.
nerd when it comes to dragons.
So
It's-
I must.
Silver. That's a
I have
slightly
to-
smaller silver.
I have to ask you a legit question, Spire.
Go.
How does it feel to be Ronnie with MILF again?
I... This is very different. Ronnie was very soft with Milvana, and eventually became like, I'm going to hit you upside the head until you get this. Turi is just starting off the bat as, I'm gonna hit you upside the head until you get this.
And it's not that big.
Yeah, it's only platinum dragons, isn't it? That technically live here.
They're silver. Yeah.
Just all silver. Okay.
At least in this city, it seems like they're all silver. I mean, you haven't seen the other ones,
Mm-hmm.
though it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not like in some other form.
Yeah.
City of Dragons. that's
They're
gonna
old
be one
enough.
more.
They can. Yeah, if they're old enough.
But yeah, the gate comes back, and he comes back with somebody.
Here we go.
You see a human woman, looks to be about their 20s, 30s. She looks at Even and smiles, and looks at Claire and smiles. This is a surprise.
I wish we were visiting on better terms. Circumstances.
These your friends?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Nakri.
Turi.
Umbra.
Sarkas.
Name's Ace. I'm technically their uncle. Just waves.
She just kind of looks at them.
I was about to take a drink when you said that. Make carbonated monster up.
I am the protector of this family. This is Sam. She just kind of smiles.
And we were kind of hoping you could help us with pretty. Oh, hold on.
Go.
Hold on. It's having issues. Hold up. Hold up.
Yeah,
Hiccup.
yeah. I saw your ping all of
Yep.
a sudden shoot up, and I was like, oh no!
I
We're
heard
good.
it slight robotic. I was like, wait, is the ping? Oh god.
Yeah. We were hoping you could help with kind of a, not a fun task. This...
Come in.
He doesn't look like he wants to talk about it out here, so yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Having to explain, by the way, Gladius is gone. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good conversation, I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it's fine.
Hello, we've
Yeah.
come to beseech you in assistance with a suicide quest.
Yeah. Well, technically, it's for the greater good, so...
You see, as you kind of approaching, like you see a woman come out, and she kind of meets Nakri. And she comes to you guys and looks at you. An older woman, probably. The age hits humans a little bit more, but like,
Why are the old creepy ones always named Annabelle?
Mm.
that was the name she had when she was younger.
Yeah.
This is Annabelle. Wife to the late Sam.
Nice to meet you.
to meet you as well. Are you... Judging from your age, you must be, Aurora's grandson and granddaughter?
That would be correct.
Nods.
They were so helpful. Whatever we can do to help, please come sit in the dining room. And she'll, Nakri and her will kind of lead you to the dining room. Turi, and Sarkas mostly because Umbra's already made it clear she doesn't know what fucking dragons are. Go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
Arcana. I
Oh,
have
you're
a
asking
flat
a
roll.
lot of a cleric with Arcana.
I have a flat roll. It's fine.
Oh, well, that's a number.
11.
18 total.
11 and then 18?
Yeah, 18 total.
Those are both actually enough, based on what she said and so that. Something's not quite adding up to you two, especially you, Turi.
Uh-huh.
Nakri said she was basically mentioned being the protector of Zem.
Mm-hmm.
This is the wife of Zem. This person's much older than this one. Something doesn't add up. I imagine Ethan and Claire are aware, because I mentioned they probably heard of Nakri.
Yeah.
Wait.
Or at least Xander probably at least told Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
I had a slight confusion.
Yes.
You said, especially Turi. Sarkas got higher than Turi.
Yeah, no, she's more confused.
Confusion. Oh, she's okay.
'Cause
Yeah.
she got lower. So she's even more confused.
Sarkas is probably like, I see what might be going on.
Oh my god, this human discovered the fountain of youth.
Yes, I'm sure if anybody looked at Turi, she has this, like, what do the numbers mean, Mason?
You made a mistake.
As you're walking, this one will kind of walks up to her and starts like talking to her, but then what's his perception? Come here, Sheets.
Yeah, he's gonna lean over to you and just whisper, "She's not human." Because he would technically remember.
Right, okay.
Having the memories. It's fine.
Yeah, she's just like, okay, what is she?
Can please tell me Sarkas can hear this?
Yes.
Wait.
Or at least no.
We're whispering, so unless you're like over somewhere closer. Or at least he's whispering.
I'm just trying to be a
Yeah,
smart ass
seriously.
with an answer. It's fine.
The question is, did Turi whisper
Yeah.
back, or is she? Okay.
Yeah, she whispered back because she's trying not to be rude.
That's
Ah,
a 27 total.
You at least heard her response in the confusion.
Leans over and whispers in Draconic, I'll give you a guess.
Like, I think she does. Hold up. Yeah, she does.
Pretty sure she did.
Yeah, I was like, I think she knows Draconic. If not, I messed up.
Oh, jeez.
Turi just kind of blinks. Should I make an intelligence roll to see if she's connected the dots from that?
He used the language for a reason!
She's got at least average intelligence, so probably she's gotten a like.
It's
kind
pretty
brain.
It's pretty
Listen,
apparent at this point.
Turi is not the brightest crane in the sandbox. Okay.
Yeah, so when it comes to dragons, she is a little bit smarter. So I would say once all that starts kind of pointed out in language, it probably does start to click.
She just kind of like rapid blinks.
And that's a 35 perception. for this
Oh
one.
dear.
Who, as he's talking to Nakri, who's kind of stopped him, He keeps talking to her, but now he's just staring at Turi.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, I think I know who this is.
After their conversation, he literally walks past all of you and basically stands in front of her.
Oh,
She
no.
kind of blinks at him like, us?
Well, you survived.
I'm guessing she recognizes that voice.
Not in this form.
Oh.
The voice is different in their elven form.
She just kind of furrows her brow. Yeah, but from what thing? And I don't... Huh?
The last time I saw was you standing barely after your encounter with that green dragon.
You-
I suppose you'll recognize this form.
She again rapid blinks.
Your presence here and theirs is concerning. I imagine there's something we need to know.
Little...
Guardian.
Yeah, hi. Hi.
Oh no. Oh no.
Turi, as like nonchalant as she has been with this party and like on occasion like straightened up on certain aspects, has stood way straighter all of a sudden.
This is the silver dragon that had intervened.
Yeah.
Then he will follow, basically. Eventually you guys get to the dining room and she starts kind of like making some tea and they kind of stand off to the side. Want the others here?
It might be best that people know what's going on. It's pretty drastic.
She nods and looks off in distance for a second. They'll be here soon. Psionic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna like sit down or something.
Yeah. There's plenty of seats.
He'll stand up and lean against a wall.
Sarkas, make me everyone make me perception checks as these guys eventually start coming in.
Oh no. He might recognize people, and this scares me.
Nice.
Perception?
Mhm.
Damn, Ethan.
Right?
Oh. Okay.
These are so far excessive.
Yeah. They get more excessive.
I didn't tell the D20 to roll a 19. It just did.
Doesn't make sense.
So I'm just here in pain.
Oh my
Jesus
God.
fucking Christ, Ethan.
Okay, so you guys are all kind of looking around. You start noticing with the exception of Umbra, who's pretty much trying to drink the type of dragons.
Yep.
You
Look
know-
at you guys.
You see there are, in this room, there's just photos and such like that of the different family members from the past and stuff like that, and these families as well. There is one photo that looks like it is torn. Sarkas, make me an insight check.
Uh-oh.
22.
22. As you're kind of looking at them as they're sitting down, you're recognizing facial features. Very similar to your stepfather's.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Xander was he knew about there was a third thing, but it was like removed
Yeah.
for some reason.
And you said one of the pictures is torn?
Yeah, one of the pictures looks like it was of this family, like the brothers, and one of the brothers and the mother, and she's them. But there is a tear, like someone was removed.
What was just the father's name again?
I have him somewhere.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh dear.
Where did I put him in? Did I put him in this bag? I might have put him in this bag. That's where Shade is. Brimvat was the first name.
He kind of looks around, looks at people, looks down. I'm gonna take a wild guess. The name Brimvat might mean something to you all.
You see this one kind of look at you with this curious look. This one, however, does not hide his emotion well. He has anger when he hears that name and looks at you. And with that insight, I'll say you can tell that this one here, Kun, who is the current leader of this family, you can see there is anger, but he is keeping his emotion in check.
I take that as a yes. And I take that as a looking at all of you and that picture there. He was a member of the family.
Wait, we'll chime in. Was removed. Way. This one right here.
Well, you can add removed from living to that.
Will be still my beating heart. Silence away. Wound kind of looks at him. That's not proper.
Oh, it was proper. He had my wife had my wife killed.
I'm sorry.
Sarkas Elondar. Unfortunately, his stepchild was.
You have my condolences.
Thank you.
In both senses, basically, that word.
Yeah. He would pick that up.
So, from what I'm hearing, you come with bad news. And I'm assuming that that's not the bad news.
To me, at least, no.
Well, there's a few different problems. All the Gladius bases on Withra were destroyed.
They all look very concerned. Nakri kind of looks at you with more concern because she'd been on the bases.
Yeah. Our benefactor is dead, and so is my great-grandfather, so we've lost that. And as far...
Just put a hand on your shoulder, because...
Yeah...
Poor kid. Try to be support. Oh, elderly woman.
There's 2 threats going on right now. Apparently the Elondar base is going to be attacked at some point. And... we have to find a way to get to the Dead Sea. Otherwise, all magic is in danger as well.
That's not good. And you came to us for help.
If anything you can offer would be appreciated.
problem with the Dead Sea is no one returns. We do have something that might be able to get you there. The only problem is... Sorry. Hiccups.
Hmm.
It would require those two. He looks at Necri and one who isn't pronounced name. He would have introduced him to his Jiteenth is his name. For whatever reason, I was trying to say Jin. Not correct.
You know?
Jiteenth. Dragon names are weird.
Yeah.
Effectively, think of it as a ship in a sense for less amount of people, but they carry it effectively. They can rest in the sea, but they'll have to rest periodically, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't force them to go. If they are willing, that's up to them. And Cat looks at them. They'll both look at each other and then they'll both nod.
The man is planning on destroying the plane of Arcana, and he's there, so I don't have much of a choice but to go.
Understood. And wait, you can tell these two are twins.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of pipes in and goes, "You said your base is going to be under attack too?"
That's the threat he's given, at least. And considering he destroyed the others in one go, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, I can take the riders, head to it, give it a bit more guard. What say you, brother? As long as you leave enough to guard the city. If you can give him a location, he can head there.
Alright. Yeah, he would be able to provide that now.
He'll kind of mark it on the map and then he'll actually quickly walk off because he seems like he's, especially after hearing the father, he's got this kind of like energy, like I need to do something.
I need to kill something.
Ah, yes, Turi understands.
The one brother became the head of the one. Everyone became the head of the guard.
Sounds about right.
And I want to give this as player knowledge because it's just funny. It's the most zen way of him deciding who would get it. Is who could woo over her. Was the one who got to be the lead. It's like, whichever one of you can, do this, you can get it. It'll be your job. Everyone, you get to do this. It was the most zen way I can think of it being done.
Yeah.
So yeah, he will go and gather a bunch of dragon riders.
Damn, now Striker just has to convince Turi's village.
Good luck, maybe?
As they see, like, a bunch of flying dragons going over
Well,
them.
to be fair, I was talking to Fluffy about it. I was like, Striker probably has not been the leader for very long, so this might actually be one of his first meetings with them.
Yeah.
I'm sure they know of each other, or at least met, in a
I'm
sense.
sure that it was a, like, you exist. We at least know who you are now.
Yeah.
Have a good life. We will
Basically.
never speak again.
And it's probably also like too, like the old leader was like, okay, I'm passing the torch. This is who you're gonna be talking to if you need to talk to us.
Yeah.
Oh,
Basically.
we'll never talk to you again.
Both very seclusive people, unless danger.
Yeah. It's fine.
Sure, it's fine.
I'm sure you want to get going soon, but if you need to rest, or at least get some food before you go, we can do that before you go.
What time of day is it?
At this point, it is 3:30-ish in the afternoon.
Turi's gonna kind of look at Ethan. Her release kind of depends on when we leave, so I'm gonna leave that up to you.
I'd rather leave sooner than later.
Well, if you leave soon, you can reach the edge of the Dead Sea this way before, I would say before nightfall. Rest outside of it.
Good God, there's some fast dragons.
It's also not that far away.
Oh.
It is pretty much a whole hemisphere.
It's fine.
The Dead Sea basically is only from this top corner, maybe 400 miles away at most.
Oof.
It is pretty damn close. It doesn't get any closer, thankfully. And they're also both adult dragons.
That's true.
No.
Speed.
Speed.
The need. Hence why his fucking perception check was a +16. Goddamn dragons.
Fine. Everything's fine.
How about this? Let's get you some food first. Whatever supplies you need. And then you head out.
Appreciate the help.
Of course. I don't think Mother would let us not. He kind of looks at her hand.
I'm sure my dad can fill people in when they get there, too. Anything else they might need to know?
He'll nod. I'll tell you one thing. They'll know when they're coming.
Yeah, I'm sure the shifters are going to be happy about that.
Mary gets this look on her face and she's like, no.
Well, if it makes you feel better. He may not look it, but he is very diplomatic.
Oh, good news. The leader is one of my dad's friends, so...
Well, then things should be smooth, eventually.
Okay, to be fair, he doesn't mind Xander.
True.
It's Lucky he has a problem with.
That's fair. That's very true.
It's the other one.
Why is it always Lucky? I just need to point this out. The boy constantly makes either the best of friends or the worst. There's no in between.
Lucky makes all the friends. What do you mean? They're friends to him.
Friends to him. I think Stryker sees him a little different.
I think partially Lucky's in denial that nobody is his friend.
So, if you guys need any basic supplies, rations and stuff like that. They'll provide that.
Alrighty.
We'll just say they'll give you basically a month's supply of rations for everybody.
Cool.
Just because they're not sure how long you'll be gone.
Yeah, we don't know the exact location. We just know it's in the sea somewhere.
Yeah, then they're like, let's be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
They can't really give too much more than that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And they'll give you a meal before you go, and while that's happening, something else happens.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Way in the Elondar race.
Oh no.
Have fun!
Or more specifically, in the Shifter Village.
Oh no.
As a bright light just pops into existence, blinding anybody near that by for a moment. And leaving only a small child in its wake.
Scarlet.
I feel like
What do you mean?
she'd be
Yeah.
recognized at least.
Yeah, they would definitely recognize her because she would have been there at some points. Especially because of Alwyn.
Yeah.
Set up a lot of the stuff. Especially the teleportation circles and all that, and the nature of things.
Yeah. Who's all
I don't
there?
know. Right now, it's probably just the shifters, but eventually, people start popping up. Wisp and Ronnie are still downstairs at this point.
Mhm.
This will be during their conversation.
Oh no.
Breath will come up. And then there's a loud pop. As 3 other people would appear at this point, because I rolled and they both got the same time.
Oh.
Lucky, Matt and Owen pop into existence.
Teleport.
Yay!
Congratulations, you guys.
So, Owen, you pop into the Shifter Village, you kind of get your bearings, and you see Scarlet.
He's going to immediately run over and pick her up and hug her.
Fuck, I probably should have prepared a voice for her, huh?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Only a little bit.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Everyone.
We did.
Oh, it sounded like roleplay was going on as soon as I came back.
No.
I was just yelling at it in my weird voice. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I got stuck in it.
Yeah, I heard nothing, Drag. It broke up right then.
I said nothing.
You were. No, trust me, you were. It just came through as robot, so it came through slow and then did like the speed up thing.
Oh.
So whatever you said after preparing a voice, that was not heard. So that's what I meant.
I've gone as far as to say, fuck it, I'm not doing a special voice for the child at this moment.
Mm. Yeah, that took about 30 seconds to actually come through.
Fun.
I love when things break.
Yeah.
Anywhoozles.
But yeah. Many much father-daughter hugs.
Checking her over for, is she okay?
Fine,
No
I'm
harm.
fine. But she'll kind of lean in close for whisper. But I need to talk with you and Lucky.
Right, the other brother's there too. The little one.
Is currently now probably like lots of people.
Yeah. Are these tokens on the board somewhere? Or are we just this?
I think we're just RPing it, yeah. Yeah, I'll kind of look back at Lucky. confused, like, okay, I guess, yeah. Go talk. Listen, he's still missing 2 people.
Fine.
He also doesn't know how the child got back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the child knows how they got back here. We're told, oh, by the way, you're going home. Okay.
Okay.
Basically, what you saw was they brought you to a room full of a bunch of dials, levers, and buttons that the doctor operated, and you stepped on a dais, and you were here.
Just like magic, I kind of mean science.
It is more scientific than what he did, what you would normally do, but it just did mimic a magical spell.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would go talk to her.
Yeah.
Which technically you don't have to repeat that because I have access to their RP. I can go read it real quick. Fine.
I'm concerned.
So I'm going to give stream this as the question.
You can. If you want to at least read out what she had to relay.
Okay, but first things first. Tom and Darius are okay.
Alright. That's concerning still because they're not here, but alright.
Apparently we were free to go, but Mom wasn't, and Darius wanted to stay.
Sounds like your kid. Pats Ellen on the shoulder.
And they wanted me to give you two a message. Well, separate messages.
Alright. Okay.
She'll point at Lucky. Apparently there's a Wisp clone they were calling 03 that they wanted you to help somehow.
Okay. Huh.
First he's hearing about any kind of clone.
Yeah. He hasn't not been informed at all.
They can't. They haven't been able to.
Yeah.
Listen, Lucky is always Bryn's first call.
I imagine he's probably like, wait a minute, where the fuck is Xander? And wait, we're missing people.
Listen, Lucky is Rin's first call whenever something like this happens. The fact that she couldn't get a hold of him has bothered her.
I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised Ronnie didn't just go pick them up on her way back.
Yeah, I think they got back before all of this happened, and so she's downstairs with Wisp now.
Well, I imagine.
Well, you
the-
knew
on
they
the
were
way back
traveling.
Picked up Xander and all them, so they could be on the base technically at this point.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Within the time it took you guys to walk to the thing that the Sky Skier could have gotten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is fast.
Yeah.
Can't go very far past the island now.
I imagine she probably informed everybody like after she dropped off the kids because she was like, I don't want you guys to tell me to go get them because I'm not doing it. I'm not fighting Ethan. You can't make me.
You know, it's fine.
Fine. People down in below base are getting alerted that certain people have arrived.
Yeah. Until at this point, pointing at her father. And I don't know if this makes sense to you, but apparently the clue was a false lead? Because a doctor was using that person but that person's currently going against Doctor. That makes any sense.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh. Gets this, like, curious look from Lucky, like, what?
Oh, good.
It's fine.
Yu's daughter is confused, but mission accomplished.
Lucky, do you look? Because it meant you guys just walked off to the side.
Yeah.
Do you look back to where Matthew left Matthew?
I don't know if player wants to, but I feel like he probably would, after that, like, go to head back, yeah.
Matthew's gone.
Oh no.
He's wandered off.
That's not
The other child's just sitting there, like, by himself, like, oh. That poor kid.
Left him with some, like you see this, like, little, like, deck cards have been piled up in the tower. Just like, you don't know how it's standing, but it is.
I need to go. I need to go. Honey! What are you doing?
I'm in the base. I'm not doing anything illegal. Striker might not like it, but I'm not doing anything illegal.
Oh,
I try not to piss him off. He hates me enough.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure this marker will get washed off eventually. Matthew was here on the wall.
Oh no.
Someone in the party is gonna walk by that and just be like, crap.
Oh, you want to know what I think is going to happen? I think the twins are going to walk by, stop, back up, look at it, and go, "Where's Uncle Matthew?"
You know?
Let's be real. They see that, they're like,
No, it's not even that. It's the sudden smile and grin at each other thing. Like, yes.
It's time to pull a prank to make Uncle Matthew proud.
it's not even that. It's they're going to go find him to involve him in the prank. They enjoy that so much.
That's true.
They're currently babysitting now because of Xander.
Yeah.
Let's see how well that goes.
It's fun. To be fair, Xander made the comment of, well, hopefully they don't get too mad at me for doing this, because he doesn't know Sarkas very well. He might have temporarily kidnapped the children.
You know.
Because they can just teleport back.
Yeah.
Protective base. Safe
Yes.
spot.
Surprise adoption.
That's technically what happened to Christine.
Yeah.
I mean, at least it was a legal adoption and not a, well, you're here by yourself, come with us.
We're not going to question where Taro is right now. He's probably actually still helping people, to be honest.
Yeah, I was like, didn't they have a kid? Like,
They
wandering
do.
with them?
They do, but I imagine that, like, you probably would have had him stay there to help.
This is fair.
Because they need to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
Fine.
It's fine.
Looking for anybody with information.
I feel like all that was happening was like, when this happened, Xander, them, and Ronnie and all that were, like, informing Garthog things and stuff of what they're gonna do, and Striker going off and stuff. It's fine. Oh, Daddy might not be there when Faye gets back. Oh no.
Yeah.
That might be a problem.
After you guys eat, you guys wanted to leave right away.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because he's not gonna prolong it. He's gonna go when he can.
No, yeah.
And as soon as you guys depart, another flash of light appears. Because he can tell when you guys were leaving.
That's not good.
We also kind of just puked him up about an hour ago.
That's a description.
It's not a wrong description.
At this point on the Elondar base, because I just want to get that all together in one group before we get back to the main party. Ronnie, you were at that point where you were just after the point where you were told, and you're still down there.
Mhm.
When you're informed, Garfog, you're informed that the fake Wisp course was missing. The fake Faye and Ethan now went missing as well. Because you were watching them.
Oh.
And at that time, you're also told, oh, someone else has entered the base, has now appeared on top of the surface. Faye.
Now the question is, did Rin go with Stryker, or did Stryker go by himself?
That would depend. I think that's more Striker's area. She's like, they don't need
He
me
probably, at most, took like one of his nephews or something. Somebody else that's in a
Yeah.
higher ranking.
Oh
there.
no.
Yeah, a shifter
I
and
just
stuff like that, so
realized-
Rin would be back on base.
He would have taken the calm one.
Yes.
So I just realized something.
Huh?
Mm.
So Garthog would have gotten notified as far as all these people appearing up there. He would have requested to see outside the base. As far as to
Yep.
see what was going on. So he would have seen Matthew wander off.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
And probably, if you watch him at the point, you would have seen him right on the wall.
Garthog probably would have just dropped his head to a table. Oh.
I need the comedy relief, man. It's too stressful.
No, yeah.
He
Rin's-
would, his head, and anybody who's in the room just hear, Strike was going to kill that man.
We've already tried.
Oh well. And that's when you turn around. Wait a minute. Two people away. Shit.
Right now you can let everybody know what's going on because now they're gone.
Yeah.
And that's when he would be like, "There's a problem."
Yeah, that's probably when, as soon as that gets mentioned, that's probably when Xander would summon everybody else to say what's going on fully now.
Mhm.
Yeah. That way everybody else is now informed.
Actually, no. He wouldn't even say there's a problem. He'd be like, "They're gone."
Yeah, that's all I'd need.
Just those words. They're gone.
It's fine.
And in the middle of your, as you guys are finishing up the basically debriefing, that's when Faye appears. And you are all alerted to that, the ones who were remaining on the base.
Yeah, I imagine Ronnie had already mentioned, oh, by the way, they made this deal.
Yeah, she probably mentioned that when she saw Xander before. She went to talk to Wisp and everything like that. Like, also, your son. You
I
know?
feel like he's decided to not mention this based on he doesn't want Cirrus to panic.
You know,
This is
everything's
fine.
fine. Base has exploded, lost a patron, just everything has just been great.
Yeah, he's probably gonna opt to say, okay, you can tell like Garthog or something what happened, but don't tell Sid. Make sure nothing gets back to her. And probably don't tell Rin because I feel like she'll hit me for him. I don't know.
Yeah, Yeah, yeah. The
Or get-
forcing Rin to stay put when she finds out that Faye is
Or that
back
look of,
is-
the look of, I really don't want to see the look of that boy loves her again.
Yeah.
Would be his reasoning.
I'm sure they've had that conversation where they've like legit watched them just sneak off. Rin's looked over at Xander like, so about the wedding.
He doesn't want to be a grandpa, but he's kind of forced into it all of a sudden. Oh god. Jeez, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to explain the child in the middle of all that debriefing. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Ronnie is going to try very hard to convince Rin to stay put and to let Stryker know and things of that nature because she realizes he's not here and he hasn't gotten back yet.
Yeah, he probably left not long ago, because the village wouldn't be that far.
No.
Yeah.
Especially for his speed. But he'd probably slow down a little bit because of nephew.
Mhm. So who go? I don't know. Who's gonna go up there now when they hear Faye's arrived?
Ronnie's going. I know she knows Wisp is coming.
Mhm. I don't think any of mine are going to. The brothers might, obviously.
Yeah. I'd imagine.
And
they'd go.
the third sibling, whoever that is. Just to make sure she's okay.
Yeah. Rin is asked to stay put because Rin can be a lot.
Doesn't need her mom being panicky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
Calm down
pacing in
for
the
10 minutes, and
conference
then-
room.
Yeah.
So as you guys start, the ones who are going to start heading up, Faye, you are currently in the Shifter Village. You see the other shifters kind of look around, look at you, and notice you.
She just kind of shrinks back a little bit into her hoodie. Just kind of looking around, making sure that she is where she thinks she is.
Yeah, you see some more confused looks, and some people rolling their eyes of like the after effect of that bright fucking light. And eventually you see your siblings and Ronnie and Wisp.
Alright, I need her sheet. Hold up.
Oh, good.
Don't mind me, it's fine.
She's physically fine, but no, mentally fine is what I say.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I cheat. Oh, that's not good. Hold up. What did I mention to you? Hold up.
You gave me a range of things.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to go back and find them.
Oh dear.
Yeah, well, considering that was a nat 1, he looks a little, terrified and defensive. And like she's gonna bolt. But also doesn't feel like she can bolt.
Jeez, I'm trying to... I feel like Nasir probably like started to approach, just kind of stops and looks at her confused.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Wisp would hold out the forget-me-not. I'm like, hey, you gave me this.
Just looks unsure at everything.
Mom's downstairs if you want to talk to her.
We could make it too.
It's trick. This isn't.
No, you got me out of there. Scarlet's back too.
Dad went to go talk to the other village, but he should be back in the morning. At the latest, I would think.
She kind of blinks a little bit, trying to like wipe away whatever tears were building. Sorry, I'm okay.
No, you're not.
I'm fine.
I don't even need a sheet for him. She just had a freak out. I don't even think he needs to insight.
No. Wisp will start to approach again. She's being cautious because she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to, like, cause Faye to run.
Yeah. She's gonna look at Wisp. Are you okay? Wait, if you're here, is Ethan here? Where's everybody?
Ethan is currently gonna go deal with apparently him. And I imagine I'm more afraid for him than I am for Ethan. He seemed kind of angry.
Ronnie's gonna step forward a little bit. Let's get you downstairs and comfortable. I've already messaged your father. He's aware you're here. He'll be back as soon as he can.
Stryker having the debate of, I kind of just want a U-turn, but...
Yeah. Ronnie assured him that she'd take care of her until he got back.
Fine.
Ethan's gonna need help.
About that. He's kind of got a little help.
I remember his friends. All those people.
And at least one more, and I think they were going to go visit some other people that might be able to help.
Okay. I still need to go help.
In the condition you are, not the best idea.
I'm the reason he was going there.
I do feel like they probably were told because they're like, make sure your mom
Yeah.
doesn't find out.
Yeah.
And he just, I feel like Nasir's got this look of like, he wants to say something, but he really doesn't.
My fault. He's going. I need to go help.
It's not your fault. I have a feeling even if he didn't make that deal, he was going there either way.
Deal. He was the one that made the deal.
Yes.
I'm gonna kill him. Later.
And you will get the chance to do that. If there's one thing I know, his family's got a knack for not being easily beaten. And stubborn. Not as stubborn as your mother, but
No one's as stubborn as Mom.
how about this? Let's get some tea. You couldn't see your mom. And yeah. I can inform you what I've learned. How's that sound? There's apparently an adoption involved.
Oh yeah, apparently Ethan has a daughter technically now.
What? Ew!
Oh.
Well, you'll have to stay and find out. Go on.
She's here if it's any consolation. You can meet her.
Oh, good. Because as they're talking, Faye's starting to remember the people that he was with, and one person in particular.
Whisper, hand her back the forget-me-not, and kind of offer to guide her, effectively.
She's probably just gonna hug Wisp for a second and then jump on her brother's back.
Fair.
No.
Oh, you carry me now.
Yep.
I'll let you have some time. I haven't had a moment since I got here to see Dad. So
Okay, but don't come see me soon, okay?
alright, just give me some time with your mother and all that.
Oh, she's gonna be so mad.
I think she was really worried.
Ah, before you go, she's just gonna pull out the things that gave her.
It was an envelope with something in it. It's fine.
Yeah, she'll hand it over to Faye. When you get a moment, that might help your decision on staying. Please, just don't be impulsive, like your parents.
You would hope it would help her decision, but I don't know what it'll do.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know the content. She just is like, let this calm you down. That he is aware of your existence and stuff, and stay.
It's fine.
Uh-huh.
Fine. She can't get once she's in the base. She can't get out if they don't want her out.
Yeah, that's not gonna make her feel great.
That's fine.
It'll be highly encouraged by the Hot Fudges to stay, and they could catch Striker.
Can't catch me if I'm in the shadows.
Can't get in the shadows. There are none. Floodlights.
I don't know how many times that happened, but she'll probably like.
Yeah, I imagine he's gonna go back to wherever they were babysitting Christine, to be fair. And introduce and all that.
After the introduction, she'll probably go find herself a corner and actually sit in the corner to read whatever she was given.
Yeah, you don't have to read this out loud. It might be funnier to hear you not read it out loud.
Oh no.
But I will post it in the Discord later.
Please send to me.
Oh, good.
This is fine. I will post
what's going on.
It's a letter.
Oh gods, I already see a picture. That's not good.
There you go. Enjoy that.
Oh.
While you're reading that, Garfog. Wisp is gonna kind of come and apologize for not coming sooner, and is just gonna hug you.
Aww.
She may have had a few mental breakdowns.
Okay, thank you for the laugh, because, like...
I think I've killed a spire. It's okay.
I gotta message you, Jay. Someone, give me a second.
Oh no. You're sending me. I'm confused. I'm concerned. What are you doing?
Oh no. Hold up. Where's... That's not good.
I have a feeling I need to make a roll. Yep, I need to make a roll. I need to open a character sheet.
I like the slight blue on that too.
That's so pretty.
Yeah.
Like... if people would like to know how Faye is responding.
You are welcome to share it. The response.
She is reading the letter, and the further she gets into it, like, if any of her brothers look over at any point or anybody else notices anything, she has started crying hysterically by the time she's done with it.
Oh.
And is talking about going after him again.
No.
Please tell me that's overkill, Fluffy.
It is.
Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
And she's not afraid to race her brothers to try and leave.
He's not afraid to say hodgepodge, lock the door.
Oh yes, that one super well.
I feel like Christine would kind of just start playing the violin to try to help lighten the mood. She doesn't know what to do.
As like 3 shifter boys are all running around trying
Yeah.
And
Sears
then
like
there's
blocking.
And then there's just Nana just dancing to the 5 different ways of fucked.
Wait, I know what's being played. Christine is playing the Benny Hill theme. While all the shifters are running around. And Niana's just dancing to it.
Yep.
Not knowing what is going on.
Honestly, it may turn into, if it gets to be too much, Mom! Problem! Help!
I'm just curious why you wanted me to roll perception with this character in particular. I see why. Never mind.
That's not good.
No, don't worry about it. That's fine.
Always
Nothing bad's going on.
fine.
Good news!
Good news?
Well, for my character.
That's concerning.
You noticed something. That's one of the characters. It's fine.
Let's see.
Good.
How do you respond to this?
I'm gonna just...
Hey.
put that at least in here for later.
Yeah. So everybody else can see it later.
Eh.
That's gonna be a fun time for
He's so
everybody.
getting yelled at when he gets back.
gods. You have no idea. If she's even just locked in one spot, she's going to go find a corner and huddle in it like she's been trapped.
Yeah, which is why I
do you
called
think-
Mom.
Do you think that's kind of messed up as far as for him to do? Fluffy?
Yeah, a little bit.
No.
Oh well.
Sir?
He's trying to bring some levity to some situations. It's fine.
It's fine.
That's concerning.
I would concern time. Just know my perception roll was overkill.
Good
It
to
was.
know.
Before we get back to the party, and we'll kind of pull to that. What does he say, or does he say anything to anybody in particular?
Well, he's keeping watch outside, and he notices. Now they're much closer. Dragon Ride is 30 minutes out.
I guess the kids were successful on that.
And there are about 60 of them.
That's
By
so
the way,
many.
I want to point out, he saw them when they were a few hours away.
Yeah.
I told Fluffy, I
You-
was like, you'll wait
Night
until they're like,
perception.
yeah.
Yeah.
I told him, I was like, you'll wait until they're like 30 minutes away before saying anything.
Yeah.
It wasn't hard to notice them, but it was also depending on like how close they would be before you noticed them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, with 29, you're gonna notice them pretty far away because they're just this large cloud of dragons.
What you see where the oven eyes? Well, that cloud is moving very fast, and there's
That's-
a bunch of points within those clouds. That's not a cloud. That's a group of dragons.
yeah, that's why Xander would make that comment. I'm like, well, the kids were successful. Okay.
I feel like,
Now we just need the other village. It's fine.
yeah.
more concerned about what kind of things are coming to fight them.
It's fine.
No, it's not.
I would like to cast doubt.
Because I feel like we're not going to know the results of that battle till later.
You know?
Forgot how pretty she was.
Mm.
See how pretty she is?
Yeah. Umbra here's going, oh my god, they can turn into people.
Yeah.
Probably not in that exact wording, because, you know, player voice is not character voice, and this is fun.
But essentially, it is a 20 by 20 kind of effectively like a carriage.
Yeah.
It does have a top deck, but the room inside it is decent in size. Kind of like think of it like with the hammocks to kind of rest in.
Mm.
And they're gonna fly you guys. And it's actually a smooth ride. Surprisingly.
I feel like Ace is just enjoying, like, the view, looking out a window or something. Not
You guys
concerned at all.
quite quickly see as you guys are kind of looking, if you guys looks out, you see the Dead Sea ahead. You can see it from quite a distance away, because it is easy to spot.
Mm-hmm.
It is this darker color part of the ocean that has no movement whatsoever.
Good. Oh, I do imagine somebody let Ethan know that she's back.
Yeah, he would have asked Ronnie to make sure she doesn't know he has an earring.
Yeah, she at least let him know, like, hey, she made it back. She's with her brothers. She really wanted to come find you.
Well, that depends. How far were they
Mm-hmm.
when that message tried to go through, too?
Yeah.
Probably that point.
If they were still on Elondar, because the message only goes out that far.
The message does extend a bit outwards from Elondar. Probably a good, I would say, like 500 miles off of it from the base. As long as you're on the base, it extends that far. But if you're not on the base, it doesn't. Does that make sense? Because the base does amplify it. Just
I have a love rival.
This one's not afraid to stab.
what an interesting thing that has happened.
I just... Oh...
Stab. You know, I'll just, You know, I'll give that a surprise.
I'm gonna point out, because, like, most of the main folks would know this, Faye wasn't ever really overly possessive of anything. That's changed.
Oh, I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
sure
dragons are not
I'm
proficient in intimidation.
Hmm?
I'm just surprised that dragons are not proficient in intimidation.
That is surprising, actually.
Because they are intimidating as fuck.
So, yes, she does indeed remember Umbra quite well, and is very, very, very upset about many things right now.
That's fine. I don't see the
Well,
problem
it
at
was
all.
a rose she found in the woods, and then kept finding the trail of these roses. And they looked really pretty.
Yes, see, Faye doesn't know that.
Oh, look, a piece of candy. Oh, look, a piece of candy.
What happened?
Just
Yeah,
talking about the love rivalry, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Because he didn't, like, in a weird way, he kind of, like, said how he feels, but also didn't say, like, directly,
Yeah.
hey, I like you or anything in the letter.
Yeah, which, to be fair, that's how his father has worked before. So
Yeah.
he only got direct when it was kind of necessary, considering Tyrant.
Yeah.
He was never very direct.
Actually, Lucky is probably the one that was more or less direct because he was just more charming
Yeah.
versus being direct.
Yeah. That's true.
Xander was more shy in the beginning.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's fine. Bring Umbra home. Watch what happens.
I know, and they're going to be alone together for a while. It's fine.
That's not gonna bother her at all.
That's fine.
Knows nothing about Umbra.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, you guys, you land outside of it. The two dragons kind of like, you hear them kind of clamber up onto the deck to rest.
I feel like if there's room, he might be kind of up there.
Oh yeah, there's room. Neckery's more slender.
Fair. I'm just gonna do this to indicate that, like, he's up there.
Yeah, she kind of more curls up. This one sits up for a moment and just lets out this bellowing roar. And that's a 25 intimidation.
Nothing will bother us.
Like, I'm here! Don't you come close! And it is loud and it goes out far.
Oh, good to know that hasn't changed.
Just the. Go ahead. Try to be the predator here.
There might be a little bit of conversation going on back here. It's fine.
I know she hasn't really been informed, other than all of a sudden she was told, hey, my name's Ace, all of a sudden.
You know.
As night falls, is there any conversations that you guys wish to go to? I see there's one right here.
Yeah. With Umbra's, there's one planned, but not until she were to had enough time passed for her to be able to pick up the thing. I didn't think. Oh, it has.
Yeah, I mean, you just need a doorway, so you technically can go pick it up at any point.
Yeah, and there is a doorway up to the top, basically.
Okay, cool. So there's two conversations I get to have. I feel like this one would probably be easier. Anyone else? Okay.
Nothing specific unless they address Ethan.
Not so much for Turi. She's very focused all of a sudden. It's fine.
What about Sarkas?
I don't know what.
Well, you can listen to this conversation. You can go have a conversation with someone.
He honestly may not do either. I don't know what kind of conversation he would even want to have, so he may just. Yeah. I don't know exactly what he. Unless anybody wants to talk to him, yeah, I think he's gonna. Just watch as they go. Yeah.
While you guys do that, I'm gonna add a song to the thing for reasons.
Oh no.
Excellent. Most excellent.
Yeah.
I guess I would start with players then, because honestly, hers would probably be just not very long at all.
Fair.
Yeah, you said he was kind of like back, just like looking over horizons and stuff.
Yeah, he's like looking out a window.
Yeah, she would walk over to look out either a nearby window or that window, depending how big it is.
They're decent size, so yeah.
So you're the one they never talked about?
Yeah. I'm also technically not supposed to be here right now.
Was she ever told stories of them dealing with Ace?
I think we established
Or-
that Ethan was aware, so I would think Claire would be too. At the very least, that third personality didn't exist anymore. I think is all they were told.
I guess you were technically not supposed to be existing anymore, but I'm assuming there's a reason for that. Well, for the currently existing now. Words are hard, damn it.
Yeah. What the doc says sounds like I need to have a chat with Elf Boy.
Okay, there are a lot of elves in the world.
The timid one that you know.
Right. What do you think of this right now? Huh? So I take it you were one of the major ones that raised us, technically, well, looked after us.
I was pretty prominent for a while. When you were this big, and he'll do like a little motion of how big you were.
Yeah, there was something missing after a while.
Well, I mean, your dad wasn't crazy anymore.
Guess that's true. Is there any particular reason they didn't like you?
Technically, yes. I mean, I did try to kill one of them. It probably didn't help.
Was this without reason, or did you have one?
I had one, but I don't know if I want to discuss it. Personal reasons.
Just at least tell me it's not something stupid.
I don't think it was stupid. I just wanted revenge on the person who suppressed me a lot, that's all.
I see. Yep, she's just still staring at the window. Yay, minor insights into childhood.
Yeah.
My parents acted weird after a point. You started out normal, but that's besides the point.
Yeah. Imagine he probably just like has some idle chit chat with her, unless she has any other questions of like asking her what she does now and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, she would comply with the idle chit chat. I don't think I have anything specific for her at the moment, though.
Yeah. Trying to get to know her, essentially.
And now we Scooby, and with that, I feel we can Scooby-Doo over to this thing.
Wayne's World.
At some point, Umbra will like go up to Ethan and request to pull him aside for a second.
Curiously follows. It's unsure.
Yeah. I wanted to give you something.
You wanted to give me something?
Yeah, she'll fiddle with something in her bag. I don't want to say she seems nervous, but she seems in thought. Well, it was originally meant to be I guess something to show appreciation for the effort you put in protecting me, but she'll take his hand and like facing up and place hers over his with something in it, but I guess it's kind of more an apology.
An apology for what?
Getting her puppet and getting you involved with it.
Considering what she did, you didn't exactly have control about it.
I guess I just regret blind faith. I should have questioned her more.
Not necessarily. Sometimes faith is all we have. It's what people do with it that is the downside. Does he see what it is, or is she still covering it?
She's still covering it at the moment. Totally not an excuse for him.
I know. I was about to say, if anybody's watching them, it looks like they're holding hands. Oh dear lord.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is fine.
Hmm?
He's not thinking.
Well, I guess in another way, this is also a thank you. In a sense, you're... Well, everything was nice, but someone didn't give a rat's ass about that. Well, my past, anyway. But yeah, thank you.
Trying to think of what he would say. Guess I saw you as someone I could relate to in that time. And I guess I wanted to protect that. Oh. I'm not really sure. It sounds a little selfish, so don't think you need to thank me for that part.
Selfish or not, it's what kept me going after the fact. And, yeah, she will let go of the hand, revealing a simple little fox charm.
You kind of stare at it.
I felt your cunning matched theirs. I also had it enchanted.
Oh?
Help with your issues with the sun.
I'll give her a smile. Thanks. You didn't have to do that, you know?
I'd feel right to not repay the kindness. She'd do this.
Oh no.
Or even the Foxy.
Oh no. The odds?
Any much stabs incoming?
He probably goes like, put it on or something.
Bug him.
Oh.
What? Bap, your butt out of here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got hugged.
She cheated! Nice timing, I said he was just putting it on, so I feel like he like lifted his arms up to put it on or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
He was vulnerable.
Yeah.
Over time.
It was the time to strike. Also, I don't know the specifics on that, so you may have to go with Fluffy, but yeah.
Basically, what it does is well worn. It's not an attuned item. It just suppresses the daylight sensitivity.
Ooh. Yeah, he would hug her back after a moment of what the fuck.
You are a very special friend, a friend that means a lot to her. Possibly even the world.
Oh, now I have to ask an odds or evens.
Go with odds too. Like odds. This is a very odd situation.
It is.
That's a 17. He'll kind of wave his hand over the rose in her hair, and he's gonna turn it like a shadowy black instead of the red.
I love it.
He'll make her own rose. I'm sure Faye will love that.
So much. Love it so much.
Content Umbra is content.
Oh, goodness.
Her doesn't even know where those roses came from. Why he...
I know.
She has no idea.
Yeah.
What's fully ignorant?
Oh yeah, no, the black rose and the necklace are totally not gonna make Faye upset.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
Not at all. She's not already glitching out completely.
Fuck, we were in the Matrix this entire time?
It was the best
was
way
right
I had
that
to
thing that-
explain Faye's mindset, because she can regulate, but then she will have these moments of, like, absolute no, like she doesn't remember where she is or what's happening, and she's not entirely sure everything around her is real.
Yeah.
So that's the best way I can have to explain the mentality she's got. She's got a glitch.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
I'm good.
Cool.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
The heart will eventually be broken in some way, which I'm
That's
very
fair.
concerned now.
Yeah, you guys were unaccosted because I realized he doesn't need to make intimidation. He just needs to make his presence known, and every creature within 120 feet had to make a wisdom save to be afraid of him. Of his choice.
You know.
So every other creature is afraid of him. Because I can guarantee they're not making a DC 18 wisdom save for not these animals.
Yeah.
They're like sharks and shit. You're not in the dangerous area yet.
Hold.
Huh?
That's a... Oh, you've got a weird connection thingy-ma-what's-it on your name on my end.
Oh, that was yours that popped up for me.
Oh, weird! We apparently are not connecting well on...
Yeah, no, the
That's
stream
fine.
didn't go down at all or anything, so...
Okay. That's weird.
It
Yeah.
was me, Umbra, and my evil plan has come to fruition by disrupting your internet connection.
How dare!
God damn it. He's gonna probably chill out above, honestly, during the day.
As you
I
guys
probably will too, yeah.
wake up in the morning. Next will be like, well, you'll hear her voice. Are you all ready?
Yep.
Can anyone ever be ready to go to a place you're not supposed to come back from?
Yes! Actually.
I'm guessing that was Ace.
Yeah!
Turi just kind of
Ah,
looks over her shoulder at him, heads upstairs.
Just goes they're probably like on the rail or whatever. He's at least leaning against it.
yeah. And they start flying. And then you guys you feel, as soon as you go over this line in the ocean, you feel odd. Do any of you look back?
Yeah?
Yeah.
The Dead Sea stretches forever. In every direction now.
Oh, that's unsettling.
Welcome to another plane of existence.
Oh.
This one has regional effects that will now affect your characters, and I will read them out loud for you.
Oh no.
Let's see. DM notes. Dead Sea effects. No rest for the wicked. You can no longer sleep while in this plane, but gain a long rest by taking 8 hours of light activities. Call of the Drowned. When you need to make a death saving throw, you auto-fail, unless you spend a hit die to roll it.
Ooh.
Gift of the Dead. If you would be reduced to 0 HP unless it was radiant or a crit, make a con save, DC 5 plus the damage taken. If you succeed, you stay up at 1 HP.
Oh my gosh.
And then final effect, the Sea Tyrant comes for you. At the end of each day, roll percentile die. If you roll a percentage chance or lower, it comes for you. If you roll higher, the next chance increases.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
I'm
afraid.
That's fine. We have more time to chit chat because now we never have to sleep. Oh, that's unsettling.
And as you guys enter, you all hear it, and it seems to come from every direction. The Sea Tyrant sees all. No escape from them. None leave. All go below the depths.
Thank you for the warm welcome.
I do not like this at all.
I mean, we can't turn around.
No, we're kind of past the point of no return, though I feel like the point of no return was just a while ago.
Oh, my concern is where the hell is this guy?
Should be easy to find, right? You said this thing was kind of big.
A big floating base in a endless sea that we don't know how far it stretches.
Right. Yeah, that could be a problem.
By the way, it was sunny before you guys entered here. It is now overcast.
Lovely.
It's permanently overcast. Well, something happens.
Nice.
Go ahead and everyone make me perception checks as you guys are trying to find his base.
Goody.
Oh,
Ay, ay, ay.
why? Everyone, why?
The dragons will not be participating because they have to focus on keeping you guys going.
That's not terrible for either of them, at least.
Could have rolled higher, Sarkas, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm just glad that one's proficient, the other one's expert.
You know?
Show off.
So that is 3 successes so far. I'll keep that in note.
Oh, nice.
After so many successes, you will find the base.
Oh.
I'm not going to tell you how many.
Oh.
Guys, don't worry. I think it's over half.
You wish.
But the day kind of goes on.
I said over half. That doesn't mean exactly half or 1 over. At some point, over half.
You guys keep an eye out, and you guys eat as you need. You don't feel yourselves getting tired. But you can tell it's getting darker. Or starting to get darker. Even though you can't see the sun, once the sun starts going down, the clouds get darker, of course. Because light. I need a percentile roll from one person.
Who's next in the pecking order?
May. I think we left off on May.
I think so.
believe so.
Okay, here we go. Dice thing. 100. Oh,
Where's this getting rolled?
86.
Getting rolled in there?
86.
Oh.
I rolled it in the DDB on dice spot thing.
So you said 86?
Yeah.
Okay. That chance is now increased.
Oh. That's fine.
So it might be good to roll higher on perceptions to find this place fast.
Yeah.
Guys do what they will, man.
Yeah, Turi.
But as you guys get further along, you start feeling like you need to just not necessarily sleep, but just sit and rest. Like so the dragons kind of land and do the same. Because they can't fly and rest, they have to actually sit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need an upper D100 roll as midnight hits.
Oh
The
god.
witching hour.
That's not good.
I'm trying to remember the order.
The witching hour is 3 a.m.
It was
Not for this plane.
Oh, okay.
it was Aspire, Fox, Jade, and me, right?
I think so.
Think so.
Come here, dice. It is time. You will do what you will, and I will not influence your roll in the slightest. 12.
That's not good.
Ooh.
I don't like
12.
that.
Yeah, I probably should have put some influence in there, but fate decreed.
Okay, so let's see what happens on that 12.
We find it, we stop his plan, everybody lives happily ever after.
Is everybody back below deck, or I think Ethan probably stayed up there just because he doesn't have to sleep now.
Yeah, Turi is also up on deck, very confused because she definitely would feel exhaustion at any given point, and is very confused by everything, but is going to stay vigilant.
Don't roll me a d6.
Is that me?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh.
4.
It is a 4.
Sarkas!
Oh dear.
A mundane part of a random character's surroundings, perhaps a tree bole or attacks by his animal head, animates for 1 minute and whispers a warning or threatens to reveal one of the character's secrets.
Oh.
So you kind of see like the curtain kind of animate. It's only to him, like he's the only one who sees it animate, and it's just basically what it's whispering is basically different ways the sea tyrant is going to kill you, basically.
Or basically is what?
Threatening, especially letting you know, warning you that the sea tyrant's going to kill you in different ways for a minute. Mick, are you? Would this even scare Sarkas?
I'll be
To be honest.
completely honest. He may or may not be unfazed.
That's good.
Because he is focused.
Then it was a good one that was that one person who got it,
You know...
because these effects happen if someone is considered frightened as well.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Okay,
So, by getting scared a certain time of the day, or another reason, these things can roll.
yeah. So this is the resting period.
Yes.
Cool, cool. I'm just gonna try and cuddle.
He's
At least
gonna
slightly clingy.
like stare at her and then look at the other two like, what do I do?
gonna look over and be like, huh. Because she caught Ethan's little bit, like, weird thing, like, a few days ago when he was face.
Yeah, he's giving those two the confused look of like,
Yeah. Hey, Umbra. You're supposed to ask first.
Right. Do you mind?
You can say no.
Release the boy, please.
She's just gonna kind of sink down and keep his mouth shut, like, I don't know what to do.
I feel like he is malfunctioning.
A little bit.
That's why Sarkas is like, release the boy, please.
He, gets like that.
Such interesting
I
creatures.
feel like that would be a persuasion.
What is your persuasion? Oh yeah, +7.
What is it, fucker?
Roll the counter persuasion.
It's a wisdom, I
Wisdom
think.
save.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is a natural 20, 27.
Oh, good lord. Good luck.
Come here, wisdom. For I am very, very, very much useful in this wisdom. No, it's the dirty 20.
You got close.
Fine.
You didn't have to move away.
And it's less moving away, more the indication of she's not trying to cuddle.
Fair.
She was still set there, though. That's a fair point.
Poor awkward boy. Who now has to get used to somebody suddenly being clingy.
Fine.
As you guys put to rest, I need a D12 roll to see if our random encounter happens.
No. I don't
Your
wanna. I don't wanna do it.
Turn.
The odds are higher.
No. 12.
Oh, good.
Is that a bad thing? I don't know.
What is
It depends on which direction the encounter was.
The way he responded, I hate that.
You can't tell, though. He's very good at, like, leading you towards a certain
He
thing
is.
and then,
He
like,
is. That's
yanking
wrong.
your chain. Like, nah, that's not actually it.
But I don't have a chain.
Roll 3d4 deep sea witch huts.
Why? Don't.
Why would you say that?
Memes.
Oh, good. I can.
So,
Why the laugh?
I rolled to see what would pop up. And you see, Sarkas, your weapon goes off and warns you of the danger and those around.
Oh no.
As you see this zombie hand kind of like pulling itself up along the side, and then the dragon just kind of grabs it and flings it.
Never
I'm like,
mind.
what would he do? Because he's awake. Of all the things to roll, I rolled the one that was the weakest.
Fine.
Sarkas begins to say something. Sees it get flung. Never mind.
Like, he doesn't. I don't think he's killed it, but he flung it a good distance, like a skipping stone.
What the fuck?
guys, we got. Never mind.
Yeah, essentially be like, undead. Nope.
Nice shot.
We must keep.
Wait, you know what?
We must keep alert. I doubt that that's the strongest thing here.
Right.
I'm waiting for, like, one of these two are leaning against the side to get pulled off one of these times.
Yeah, that was an option because I'm like, okay, what would appear? Oh, it was gonna be some drown, but I'm like, as soon as the wall gets tossed, the rest of them are gonna come up. I'm like, okay, where would they pop up? Either in the front, the sides, or the back. Well, they appeared next to him.
Huh?
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
They've got skipping stoned by a dragon.
Yeah.
The rest of them were probably like, oh. We're going back down here. Bye.
Yes, the gurgles of self-preservation.
Well, if they're not cared about self-preservation, what the Dead Sea learns.
He's
That's
gonna be
not good.
chilling with the spider climb on the fucking railing. It's fine.
Fluffy, I beg of you, stop personifying the fucking sea.
It is not a. I'm not personifying the sea. It is a thing.
No. You're giving it personable qualities. Do not say the sea learned.
Oh, thank God Claire missed the fucking awkward moment.
She missed that awkwardness. She has no idea yet.
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 I was about to say, give it time.
Give it a couple hours and see if it happens again now that we stay awake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel at some point during the rest period, Claire would want to talk with the group of like their typical battle system, or how they work as a team, I should say.
Turi just holds up her sword. I hit things.
About half of it is a mix of me and him healing these two.
Okay, listen.
But I also too holds up Warhammer or battle axe, whichever weapon he's currently holding. I too hit things.
I do my job. I'm doing fine. Just kind of like
There's a
slightly glancing
reason-
where the dragon is.
There's a reason I gave you the warding bond with how many times you've gone down.
It's fine. She's
Okay.
just like,
Player just wants to make the comment. Turi, I hit things. Ethan. So he and I heal them to make sure they don't go down. Sarkas, I also hit things.
Ace is just gonna resign. I punch things.
congratulations.
He also hits things.
Yeah.
Also hits things.
Very fast.
Well, I guess I can fill out the more supporting role here.
That would be helpful, considering pretty sure I have to keep an eye on these two.
I don't need. It's fine.
If it helps, I can disperse some of that damage a bit.
Same.
Oh.
The warding bond.
Right.
Which, he technically got that after, so she didn't realize he had that.
Yeah.
Surprise.
I feel like she's under the assumption that you've done a lot of growth as a person and in combat, and shit happened.
Magic happened. It's
You've
fine.
grown as a person.
I mean, the good news is these two have silver rings, so you guys just if either of them have it, the clerics have it, they could do it too.
Mm-hmm.
Got prepared.
Yeah. She has a spell, I don't think she has a ring.
Yeah, it's not part of the base kit, sadly.
Yeah.
Unless you're unless she's a noble background, they come with a ring. But it's only worth 10 gold.
Yeah. Nah. Well, I realize she also only has the only reason she has warding bond on her sheet is because it's part of her domain.
Fair.
Hmm.
You know what I just realized?
Fluffy,
Sarkas always has fear prepared.
You know?
Oh, that's so frightening.
Would you say before this that Claire would have ever teamed up with Ethan?
I'm sure that they've gone
Yeah.
on missions together.
Oh yeah.
Roughly what level would you say she would have been like the last time she had teamed up with him?
By at least. I mean, she's teamed up with him at multiple times, but it wasn't him.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
Last time it
Because
was
starting level 3.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
probably before level 3 technically, but
She at
wouldn't
least
have
is
known
a-
the difference.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's very aware of how her brother fights. She just hadn't seen his
Yeah.
new skills yet.
You know what? I want to do it as
Oh.
Sarkas. I'm gonna use a 3rd level spell slot
Mhm.
to cast Enhance Ability.
Hmm.
Owl's Wisdom on Umbra and Turi.
Oh.
Mm.
Advantage
like
on
it.
Wisdom
Okay.
checks.
Thanks.
This is
My
a
die
pretty good
stated me.
Fair enough.
I may or may not have just looked at the checks like, okay, who had poor... Oh.
That's
My die just was like, no.
Man, though, using a 3rd level spell to do that, though?
Yeah, I know. He wants this fucking thing found.
We are technically resting, so I feel he would get that back in not
You'd have to cast it later. You'd have to cast it before you guys leave. 'Cause it only lasts an hour.
That is true. Okay, never mind.
Unfortunately,
He would wait until we go to... Yeah.
they're gonna leave pretty much right away at 4 a.m. because they're already awake.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah,
There.
because we could
Once
keep
they've gotten their
resting.
long rest. Yeah.
Once the long rest is up, he'll cast it that way they can look.
Go ahead and make me even more perception checks.
Yay.
Cool.
Ooh, roll higher than a 7 and 8, please.
I'm gonna go to my DM thing.
It's a bit better.
Well, I think that might be useful.
I just had to roll again just to like make sure it doesn't. I don't think I get anything for a double, but you know, I had to check.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 16 is not a success.
Oh.
17 is the bare minimum.
Oh.
In which case, Claire's not going to pass this.
So only 3 so far because that's a nat 20 with my total there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless that helps. Unless that adds an extra.
Sadly.
That's worth some. That's worth something.
One, 2, 3, 4 more successes. Marking that down. Total of 7 successes. I'm gonna go out for the day. You don't find them yet. Of course, nothing can attack you while you're in the air. But as night starts to fall, I need another percentile.
Now my turn.
Fuck.
It's
No, it's
cut
back
all the way
around to me.
again.
Yes, it did. So you know what I'm gonna do? Dice spot. I'm actually gonna use you this time, my friend. R D un hondo. 7.
Oh.
Percentage chance went from 20 to 40.
Oh. That's a problem.
The clouds part.
Dice spot, you fucking failed me, you piece of shit.
You see the moon turn red.
Hey guys. That's not supposed to happen, right?
I mean, it can.
What time of year is it?
It's spring.
Not this time of year.
Blood red moon? It can happen.
It can happen in the spring.
Oh,
We're
fun
good.
fact.
Hmm?
The benefit of the spring, which was for the nature-y types
Uh-huh.
of getting a short rest, is not currently affecting you.
Oh.
You are not on
Ah.
the material plane.
Yeah, they haven't cast anything to probably figure that out yet.
Yeah, just so you guys know.
Good to know. Cuckoo.
It's good to know.
That's.
So,
Red moon, blood.
yeah. Pretty, but concerning.
What's it like there? Because the
Yeah, he's standing on the railing. Because it's Ace and spider climb is bullshit.
so actually they'd probably be more like back here, more in the middle.
Fair. Move him back then, because he'd be behind him.
Fair.
Right back there.
Probably, yeah, probably right there. That's more middle. That looks right to me.
Yeah.
It was off. Well, you guys start floating in the air, and then start descending.
Hmm. Are you guys okay?
The strength from our wings. And they kind of... You hit the water with a little bit more roughness than you expect. Because... something started coming up, is starting to come up from the surface.
Mm.
And I need to get the picture.
Oh my god, guys. It's the thing that's in the Black Lake outside of the Mines of Moria.
Hey, no.
Because they are
Yeah.
now
Nope.
within the aura of Dominion.
Oh, I don't like
A
that.
300-foot radius aura.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
On the bright side, it's not the aura of domination.
Anything within this aura has their flying speed reduced to 0.
Why is that a thing?
Because it
know.
doesn't want you getting away.
What if I said yes?
The sea tyrant wants to have fun.
I don't wanna. I know.
That
Pardon me,
music's no
did you
longer
say Sea
appropriate.
Tyrant?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
he did.
That was what the percentage was, to see if they
Yeah.
can bug us.
I have an idea. How about no?
Oh, no!
Yeah, this was, by the way, as far as the for warning the kids got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. Faye accidentally got a paper cut and saw in the blood she was strapped down to a table.
Hmm. Hello. Oh,
My good man, that is unnecessary. Please shrink that back down to 1 block.
suddenly players uncomfortable where their character is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also that fucking Ace does not have magic yet, so this could be a problem.
No kidding.
So we go to here.
Does he have ranged anything other than that? I don't think he does. I think he's all melee. He could probably
Turi
throw
has a short
daggers.
bow, but
Yeah, he could probably throw daggers. That's about it.
this is gonna be fun.
As you guys see the water bubbling as something that comes to the surface, the first thing you notice, it's not a living thing, but a mast as it comes to the surface. This gargantuan ship.
Oh. Oh no.
That's
Oh,
a
boy.
lot of dead things on that ship.
Oh boy.
The sea tyrant found you.
The sea tyrant can fuck off from the background.
Initiative.
I don't wanna. I don't want it. No, thank
Oh,
you.
that's motivation.
What? Appropriate for what a type of creatures these are.
Yeah.
Why did you?
I forgot.
There's a problem here.
What?
The clerics share an initiative
Oh
on
dear.
the high end.
Oh.
Okay, mine was with advantage. What the fuck?
Not 20.
Yeah. Ace, what is
I dirty
yours?
20. My lowest was an 8.
I mean,
I have no
Ace
dexterity.
got a nat 1.
Well, you know.
Too busy making the comment. It's fine.
Okay,
He's too busy trying to start shit.
Oh hi.
I'm concerned.
He can't really do
Well, that's
anything unless
really
things get
good.
closer. To be fair,
Fair.
Yeah.
he can like hold his actions, but that's about it.
He's got to try to start shit.
The downside to a monk that doesn't use any weapons.
Fair.
Yeah. I gotta roll a sheer.
And if it wasn't for the time period, I would say he had his magic, but that was something that in the Eternal, he learned over like 100 years.
Yeah.
I have an important question out of character.
hmm
Can monks throw crossbow bolts?
Technically, yes. That does count as a weapon. They can throw like arrows and bolts,
Cool.
if I remember right.
Mhm.
That's part of their deflect missiles feature, so I would assume they could do that naturally.
Cool.
I got to.
So yeah, technically, like he could go steal stuff from Ethan's bag.
Well, I know what Sarkas might do as a bonus action then. Seeing that Ace has no weapons, he had that crossbow. He may throw the quiver crossbow bolts across the deck to him.
Fair.
What is their initiative? Their initiative is a +0 for dragon.
Yeah.
Wait, fair? Oh,
Dex is the one stat that's the only stat
Yeah.
that's a +0.
yeah. Everything
Depends
else
on
is
the dragon.
unnecessary.
At least for this one's. Wow, they both rolled high too.
Oh shit.
Okay. Good God, their HP.
Fluffy, I swear to God, if you're like, oh, they rolled high, and he puts them down
Now-
to the 2 and the 3, I would have died laughing.
I'm assuming that from the picture there's an actual like undead crew thing happening. Or is that just how it looks?
That's just how it looks. It seems to be the boat itself as what is the creature.
That's concerning.
Oh, is it like that skeletal figure at the bottom, essentially?
The whole boat seems to be animate in itself. Like you can see the
I just like
statues,
them more.
and it seems they seem to move like they're acting out a crew, but they're all made out of the same bone-like material.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of cool, but also, yeah, same. Ew, what the fuck?
We're gonna put a
Got
note
a
here
job
for me.
dead. Sorry.
So Sarkas and Claire, then Nakri and Jin.
You know what I love about that picture?
Huh?
That is a model on someone's table, and I love it.
Not wrong.
To whoever made that, I compliment the hell out of their patience.
Is that a real table or is that just a piece of art though?
It could be.
Because that looks like a painting in the background. With the way it goes off on the top there.
Mm-hmm. Hard to tell. Oh, good gods. There's so much going on in this initiative
Fuck, sorry.
order.
You're trying to not move that. I nudged the tyrant. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Why'd you move it closer?
Where did you nudge it to? I didn't pay attention.
It was very slight. I think like no more than 5 feet.
Yeah, so there you go.
That seems about right. Okay, so first up is Sarkas and Claire.
I have my cleric topping in order with another cleric.
Well, you figure out what you're going to do. All I want to have is, at the moment, using his bonus action, if you hold out, he's just going to slide this quiver of crossbow bolts across the thing towards Ace.
Fair enough. Easy enough to do.
Ooh, toys.
There's only 19 of them. I
You
don't
don't care.
remember what happened to the 20th. I don't remember.
You might have
I
like.
think he fired it off.
He broke it. No, he broke it because it
Right.
got fired
Oh.
into him.
Right.
I'll mark that on his sheet for now until give them
Yeah.
back. Because they probably you won't be getting any. You'll be getting whatever he has left.
That's fine.
Basically.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have an idea.
I think they throw at half the range when they use their deflect missiles, right?
They are considered proficient with darts, so they throw them at the normal range.
Oh,
for
okay.
bolts. Well, bolts and darts are pretty much the same.
I'll
And then
double check
throws
the
it-
range and just use darts
Yeah.
range.
Yeah.
'cause I believe the deflect missiles.
It's
have
20
some-
feet
Okay.
for
yeah, 20
darts.
feet.
60 with disadvantage.
Okay. Good news. It might get closer.
I have a feeling.
Yes. I've always wanted to be hugged by the SS Skeletor.
What are you gonna do? Let's see. Your Tyrant is coming.
Yeah.
I want to break things.
Can we even fight it, or do we need to try to run away? Is the question.
The issue is our dragon escort has a flying speed of 0.
They can push it in the water. Oh.
You know, I don't know if getting in the water right now is the best idea.
It's fine.
I would like to swim.
I hope not.
So I can do a thing, but I can only do it to 3 people.
Are you thinking of blessing them?
No, I'm deciding
Okay.
who I'm going to forge a bond with, so benefit.
Wait.
I'm confused.
He's the main cleric. They have an ability they can create a bond.
Mm.
That's for benefits.
Yep. Umbra and Turi were pointed out as the ones that needed healing. What the fuck? Claire will attach her health pool to them. It's fine.
Sure, that's fine.
So what's happening with this bond is so long as the creatures that are affected by it, or at least one creature affected by this is close to another person affected by it, like 30 feet, they can add a
Oh, no,
D4
meters.
to attack, save, or ability check.
Ooh.
And as a reaction, if a bonded one of the bonded creatures is about to take damage, another bonded creature can use their reaction to teleport within that 30 feet to take the damage instead.
Mm.
I see. I see.
That is
So
my
it's-
action.
So it's literally only Umbra, Turi, and Claire that have this.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's limited to proficiency, and yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, it will encompass all.
I'll be completely honest. I'm going to open up with offense.
Check. Is it proficiency or is it? Oh yeah, proficiency. Okay, I can only do it to 3 for now. But yeah, that's her action, and I don't really have any bonus prepared at the moment. think. You know, that's her turn for now.
I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay. Roll to hit. Oh, we get that +1 to hit.
Yeah. That makes it a what the math? For 22 to hit.
22 hits. Damage. Remember the +1.
So I add +1 to the 4d6. Okay.
Correct. It's not a big damage boost, but it is a little.
No, yeah, 16 total then.
Okay.
16 total radiant damage to the thing.
Okay. Does full damage.
Yay! And it's glowing slightly.
Hey.
So the next attack has advantage.
That's good.
Yeah.
That brings us. Is it your turn?
That's
We're gonna send Nakari, who is gonna basically clamber onto the ship and kind of go over here because she can't fly. What is the range of your cone? Or is it a line? It's a 60-foot cone.
Oh, Jesus.
That's the only range option she has.
Hey, you fuck it.
She will attempt and needs to make a dex save, which is a 2. However, it is resistant to cold, but it's still 13d8.
Good
Damn.
news. The Guiding Bolt advantage is still there because it's an AoE.
Correct. We're just going to use this and do. So that is -33.
Oh.
And she will kind of step back. And of course, both dragons went back to back because they were on 18 and a 17.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, I noticed there's a lot of that.
Do the same goddamn thing. Roll a 12 dex save this time.
I'm sure
It
that
is.
succeeded that, right?
Save.
Oh.
It's fine. It's got the health to take this.
Oh.
I'm afraid.
We're going on a ship to fight a bigger ship.
You
But
know,
we're not moving.
There's always a bigger ship.
Yes.
There's always a bigger
Go on
fish.
a trip to get fucked by a skelly ship.
That is takes
Just gonna move back here.
Somebody quote that.
that takes going to the bone zone to a whole nother level.
Okay, I'll write it down.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
I'm so tired.
Oh boy.
They would have tried frightful presence, but they're like, it's probably not gonna be able to be afraid of me.
It's
It
a
probably
problem.
doesn't care.
Yeah.
It's immune to a few conditions.
Is it immune to these nuts?
Yes.
Yaddy.
God damn it.
Hey, get out.
Ethan, it's your turn.
Oh god. Okay. What would he do?
Oh, I know. He does something.
Yeah.
I got it.
That's what he would do. He's You're right next to him, Umbra. He'll cast the Warding Bond on her. Just because she's right there. And he will hunter's mark the ship with the bow.
There.
That's his turn, essentially. He's not gonna move unless he has to.
It's now its turn.
Oh, good.
Oh.
And it turns to the side, and the cannons animate.
Oh, that's fine.
It's going to use Barrage. I need everyone to make me a deck save.
Hit the deck!
That's an appropriate response.
Yeah. You get +1 to your AC and saves, by the way, Drag.
As a reminder, all bonded ones, which outside of my character, Turi has a D4 for that.
Yeah. I'm gonna just send
Thanks.
that to you.
I'm gonna use that anyways, on the off chance, because, you know.
God, my dice don't like me. I
Okay.
don't think Ethan's very high.
21.
1 to 1
I
succeeds.
may reforge this bond if I take too much damage. It's fine.
That succeeds.
Okay, listen here. There's fire with your nat 20s.
Saves. Okay.
Jay, let me have this for about 2 seconds before I start dying.
You right.
like, let me have the nat 20s that make me like weirdly safe that I think I'm gonna live, and then
Letting
we
it
can
rip
start.
from you.
Yeah.
I'm
Just let me have
a
this.
modifier on her.
Don't worry.
And I tapped out and lost. Oh, it.
I don't know. I'll allow it.
So far, only one failed. The
Yeah.
dragons failed, but they used legendary resistances to succeed instead.
I wonder who failed.
It was totally Sarkas.
Totally.
Okay,
That
so
21
2
was
failed.
just not good enough.
Oh no.
DC 16.
Oh.
Ouchies.
No, you're only
So-
taking half.
22
Calculator.
bludgeoning.
Oh wait, how many?
Half
bludgeons? Oh,
Half to anyone who succeeded. So that's 11 bludgeoning.
Okay.
So takes another 11. It's fine.
And number 14 necrotic.
Ugh.
Oh.
Hey, Umbra's resistant to that at least.
Wait, to those
Everybody
who succeeded
or-
too?
That would be half for those who succeeded, so 7.
Okay.
Okay.
And just to be
So
clear,
what's
I'm
half
just-
of that for Ethan and Umbra then? Half of 7, since she's resistant.
3.
He's also resistant too, so I guess he would take. Yeah, would only take that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's looking great already.
You know, Umbra's also in some pain. It's great.
Yeah, it does 5d8 bludgeoning and 5d8 necrotic. Good news! I can only do that once.
Lovely. Oh, yay, it got close.
Ethan
It's
took a
a
total of
percent.
50 damage, by the way.
Ah!
That's hot.
What was that total necrotic again? 14?
14, so
Okay.
yeah.
7, and then took
Seven,
another
seven
half
reduced.
because Ethan
Okay.
took, yeah.
Okay.
Technically it gets split, so one of them took 4, one took 3.
Hmm.
Correct. I think the one who has the warning bond takes the 4.
Good to know. He took 51 damage.
Wait, is Claire also one that has necrotic resist?
She is a damper.
Yeah.
Yes, she is. Okay.
So that went from 7 to 3 for her.
Yeah.
Uh,
Actually using sheets to keep track of their health because I made the mistake of playing 2 characters at once again. It's fine.
I've got 2 characters too, don't worry. And it moved closer, which means I can also throw boats and hit it in the face.
That was its action. Its bonus action is going to be... Honestly, it's because it's still got that fucking gold glowing bullshit. It's going to attempt to off-put that just a little bit by using Etherealness. Basically just has resistance to the next attack. And only the next attack. As you watch it kind of go a little translucent. Because it's Ghost Ship. Turi.
Oh, hi.
It is basically butted up against your ship.
Yeah.
There are holes in your ship.
That's a problem.
Well, the top part of it. Like the railings kind of got blasted.
Yeah. Okay. Gonna. 10, 15. Yeah. Why not? Can I reach it to swing at it, or
Yeah.
still? Okay.
It's basically literally wall to wall to your ship at this point. That's fine.
All right. This is so dumb.
There's no reason you'd want to be that close.
Yeah.
Suddenly don't like Ethan's health.
She is going to bonus action turn on her fire. And take a swing at it with
Advantage, Your first stack has advantage.
It
Guiding bolt.
does?
Yeah, because the guiding bolt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeet.
It's just resistant to it at the same time.
That might be a problem. We'll two-hand the bone longsword.
Hurrah!
Don't forget you have a +4 to that. Or a 1d4.
Oh, I got blessed? Is that what happened?
No, the bond. You can add a d4 to an attack,
Oh.
save, or
Okay.
Wait, did you use it on that save?
I did.
Fuck. Let me read specifics on that because I don't want to just. give
Okay,
wrong
you do
information.
that. I'm gonna roll with advantage and see what happens. Okay.
Oh, you can add the d4 no more than once per turn. So
Per
no d4
turn.
You use on the save.
Technically, it was, I would say...
1 per round, essentially.
Yeah, basically.
So I can't use it right now. I can use it
Effectively.
next turn.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's fine, because I rolled a 25 to hit anyways.
Hey.
Alright, that hits. Roll damage.
Question: did you roll that with advantage?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Because I rolled a 19 on the die to
Hey.
get that.
Hey.
So,
You show this 'cause it's gonna bug me.
alright, so D10, and then all of the D6s for the fire. Okay. Not gonna be a whole lot. Okay, so that's 6 points of, I think it's slashing damage from the lungs. And then 6 points of fire.
Okay, so that is 6 damage.
Oh, what? Oh, happened. Which did not.
It was resistant to all damage for just one attack. And as soon as you hit it, you watch it come back into less translucent. More bone.
Okay. She's gonna swing again because she's got a second.
Yeah, alright. Go ahead and hit.
Yeah, so until this. Okay, so it's anytime I hit it. Okay, that's good. Alright, so yes, again, this two-handed nonsense. I don't think that's gonna hit. That's a 12.
No, you hit into it, and it just like seems you catch a little more of the more tougher bone.
Oh, goody goody gumdrop. That's all I got.
Okay. Now is Ace and Umbra.
Good
Take up
God.
the
Yeah.
Ace has this debate of like, I kind of want to punch it, but I don't know if I want to get close.
I just realized
That is-
Ace succeeded, so he had evasion, took nothing.
Yeah, that's why I didn't mark anything on him.
He somehow dodged every cannon.
Oh.
It's fine. Yeah.
Hmm.
Where were those arrow bolts tossed? He's still gonna pick those up anyways.
Mhm.
But I don't know where they are.
They would have been right at his feet, basically. Right next to the railing.
Sweet.
The cannonballs didn't hit the deck itself, they just more went straight.
Actually, you know the nice thing about Spider Climb? He doesn't have to block anybody's way. He could literally just kind of hop on the railing over. Hey, buddy. I don't know if that'll. I don't know if he has to
Yeah.
move in front of Claire.
No, you can be right here and still hit it. Effectively. Right next to Claire. It's basically long ways.
Yeah. He'll keep the bolts in case it moves away or he needs it range. But for now, he's just gonna hit it.
Roll a hit.
See, I edited up his sheet so he only has the 2 attacks instead of the 3. I believe monks only get the 2.
They get two attacks and they get a bonus action, an extra attack if they wish.
Yeah. 21?
That'll hit.
Another 21 because I rolled 2 10s in a row. Okay.
I love it.
He's not dumb enough to try to stun the ship.
Good. That is one of the immune conditions.
I was gonna say, he probably thought about it. He's like, wait a minute. So he's just gonna. Actually, he'll probably go into a defensive stance after this, so that'll be his key point bonus. But he's gonna roll the damage then. Can he? I don't know if you care if he still does the necrotic hits or if he does the because that was more based on his like class I made him.
Yeah, it would be he could choose between, I imagine.
Yeah. Okay. Where's my fucking D10s? They're there.
If he wants to do more bludgeoning or necrotic versus skeleton ship, which one he would choose?
Probably bludgeoning.
What? You think skeleton ship isn't immune to necrotic or something?
Nah, that's 12 for the first one and 13 for the second. Damage.
13 bludgeoning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's a total of 50 damage.
He probably looks surprised, like, wait a minute.
Skeleton ship.
Huh. That's good to know. He's just going into defensive stance.
Bludgeoning is not its friend.
It's good to know.
Umbra.
Hey, also did some digging on the bond thing.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, it is only once per turn per character.
Yes. Each character has a basically per thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently how like how these people explain it, as in you could use it on your turn, again on your enemy's turn.
Oh.
Oh, so it's only once, is what they're saying.
Yeah,
Ah.
Weird.
So it's like once per turn. They're actually saying it per like each creature's turn.
yeah.
Okay. So if you had two enemies make saves, you could do it on both effectively.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, that's actually pretty useful for that ability.
Yeah, I'll link the Reddit where this guy's explained it much better than I did. But yeah, either way, Umbra stuff right now. So I don't need to worry about reducing this thing's speed. And
If it runs, that'd be a blessing.
Yeah, And I highly doubt I'm gonna fuck with this thing's mind right now, so, Okay, I would like to attempt to firebolt this bitch.
Roll to hit.
Make sure you
I would say normally it's disadvantage at range with this close, but it's also a fucking huge ass ship,
Yeah.
and it's not like trying to parry you away because it can't.
So good news.
Uh-huh.
Umbra can't hit the broadside of a ship.
Oh no.
Well, I'm assuming not with a 12.
No,
Wait.
it,
She's bonded.
he is.
16.
No.
Damn.
Basically, it hits the side of it and just kind of like glances off of it.
An attempt was made. Yeah, not really have any bonuses I want to use right now, so that's all I got.
End of your turn.
That is the end of Umbra's turn.
I don't like how you said
Zero.
that. Oh.
It can make one action. As long as but its actions are very limited during action on 0. It's going to use one of the crew. I'm going to roll a d4. Or no, a d4. Roll d6 and we'll just. If it rolls a 6, I'll roll again. Umbra!
No.
I made a friend.
Make me a dex save.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mhm. 13?
No. You still have your d4 for her on this turn, because
I
now
did.
it's this turn. That was the d4?
Even with the
Oh,
plus
okay.
1?
14.
Still, sadly, not enough.
That's not good.
One of the skeleton arms detaches from its location and grabs and pulls Umbra onto the ship.
Oh, that's not good.
Make me a Constitution saving throw.
This
Be
isn't a
better.
poison, is it?
No, it is not.
Cool. Hey, look, I'm better at that.
Good.
21.
21. You're stuck to the ship still, but you managed to resist the petrification. There's war people on the ship.
I should not be here, is what you're saying.
Now, top of the order, Sarkas. And Claire. That is pretty quickly.
Yeah. Is Umbra restrained there, or is she just kind of...
You're not restrained, you're just more like your movement's 0. Unless somebody can pull you off, or you pull yourself off.
Yeah... okay.
Or if you can make 3 successes in a row. Well, not in a row. But 3 successes. Just don't make 3 failures.
Like that. That sounds like instant death. That sounds like death throws. That's not good.
That's essentially what it is. I mean, she's getting petrified.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a reason why no one returns in this place.
Yeah.
I will say the petrification DC is actually a lot lower than its grabs DC was.
That's good.
I lack any kind of strength and or ability to magic them off. That's here. I would like to take this opportunity to yell shiny words at this thing.
Okay. What?
I shall do Word of Radiance. I require a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, good. 10.
It is my belief that fails.
I rolled a 4 on
What
that.
am I even doing right now? So that's gonna be 8 radiant.
Okie dokie.
That's action. Still not gonna bonus actions. How much movement would it be for me to hop up on that ship? This is asking. This is not committing.
To climb on the ship to where Umbra would be, it would be about... I'll say for purpose of this is 30 feet of movement from where the front row is. Just to get to Umbra.
Shit. Even if I did, Claire would not have the strength to pull her off. But that's my turn. Have fun, Sarkas.
Okay, let's see, what is he gonna do? Fuck. I don't want to use another... Right up on us. And maybe I will use another spell slot.
Yeah, and you watched it grab Umbra.
Yeah. I am going to cast...
Oh, thank you, Blaze. Aspire, you have luck for Turi.
Hey.
Oh, thank you!
Hooray!
I want to cast Radiant Grasp.
Okay.
Give her back. And that is a total of... what is math?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
That doesn't help me.
Terrible, sorry.
24 total.
That hits. Roll damage.
And I add +1 to this, right?
Yes.
Cool. That is a grand total. Why is it +1 makes addition so difficult?
Yes.
You're welcome.
I wish I was
I
joking.
couldn't count to 4, that's all I know.
That is 3 8s, so that is 25 total radiant damage.
bloodied. Or as bloody as a skeleton shit can get.
Fair. Bonus action, he is going to... Right, it's under my notes. That's where I have the shield stuff. He's going to switch it to the stone state.
Nice.
And that is his turn.
Okay. Nacria's turn. I'm gonna roll a d6 to see if she gets her ring back. She does, but she's not gonna use it because there might be a person on there.
You know.
That
She is, because they're taller creatures, being adults, and the fact that it has a 10-foot reach, she's going to attempt to get you off of there.
This is fair.
Doesn't with a 10. That was her action.
Oh.
I rolled a 2. But she will scoot over here and let him get tried. It's his turn next. Does he get his back? I rolled 6s for both of them. They both got their weapons back.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, that might be enough. That is just enough.
Woo!
He will. You hear the ground ripping out from underneath you as he picks you up with his mouth and sets you behind him.
Not much appreciated thing. At least
The
she's
strength check
spooky.
required was a 14.
You know.
Never would have passed that in a million years.
But that's
am
both their
patient.
turns.
Oh boy.
Ethan.
Ethan is very hurt.
You?
He would, except he has an idea that
Oh.
is not gonna go
He
well
also-
for someone. Huh?
Yep, remember, he's also got a friend.
He
Xander
does.
gave him a friend.
That's what I was gonna think of, actually.
Oh.
I had to look up the
for a while.
specifics. I looked them up, and I know it's 60 feet in action to summon it.
Yeah.
Because you kind of like throw it and it comes back type of thing, like a Pokeball.
Different, like cube shape.
Can he, like, toss it somewhere, like, back here-ish?
Uh-huh.
So that way it's not too far, but also, yeah, not directly in contact with the ship here.
So you guys watch Ethan toss this red and white cube. As it hits just below the surface, it opens up and releases this light into the water. And it returns to him. Doesn't seem like anything happened. Then the water starts moving.
Fuck that thing. It's in front of him right now.
It needs to be a little bigger. It is a gargantuan creature. This is long water surf and just rises.
And he's...
Leviathan Elemental has now been summoned.
Yeah. Fuck that. Ethereal step back.
Fuck that shit, I'm out.
That's his turn.
Oh.
At most, he'll move back another 5 feet just so he has some more distance.
I will also roll it into the initiative now.
I love that he could just put that back in the ball too, like mine.
And I will actually let you guys see where it is on the initiative too.
Ooh. Oh, there's an ally at the moment, technically. Although, if I remember right, it's one that does not care about
follows whatever order is basically given.
Yeah. To attack the big thing that's hurting us.
You know.
What is its HP? 328. Okay.
Ace sitting there. Oh, I remember that thing. I believe Ace was actually was around and was one of the ones that or the one technically that requested it.
Yeah. Because I remember it got used to help save, you know, the party and Rin, who had gotten herself, you know.
We also got
taken
caught
off.
in the whirlpool, but it did technically save us.
Yep.
That's fine.
I'm sure it'll live.
Hello?
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 That says that does not want to. That is not responding.
What's not responding?
Any form of character sheet for the Leviathan.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
All right. Well, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Come here, Mordecai's.
Yeah.
Where are you? My book. Oh.
Yeah, all you guys need to know is Ethan's bloodied.
I have the ability to heal him. Just patience.
It's fine. It's only at 14 out of 65.
Mama?
Yeah. That's why he backed off.
You're fine.
I'll fix that, like, as soon as I can.
Here and completely missed the check mark I had on healing word.
You know?
I have failed myself as cleric.
It is now the Sea Tyrant's turn. What are you gonna do, Sea Tyrant? You now have a big angry water thing.
Oh, it's
If I remember right, when it hits 0, it just returns back to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll mark its health down. You said it was 320, just so I have reference to that.
328.
328, okay.
Okay.
It's in the pinned messages, but it's pretty far down there, so I don't want to re-look it up.
There's so many people that are within its range. Which is basically all of you.
Oh, good.
Question is, does it go after the weakest? Or does it continue its assault on the main group? Let's roll odds or evens.
Oh no.
Odds is bad. Evens! It doesn't go after even.
Oh good.
Oh.
Yeah. It is going to use... If you roll on its Aura of Dominion, I think it's to pick... How many creatures? 2 creatures. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I'm gonna roll tweets. So 1, 2, 3. So Turi and
Poor Umbra.
I need you both to make me wisdom saving throws.
Wisdom. Cool.
Umbra, you're kind of fucking me right now. I hope you know this. No, I don't open that. Fuck off. Umbra. Wisdom.
Okay, Fluffy, I need to know how bad would it be if I failed right now?
And it wouldn't be ideal.
I mean, anything it's done that we failed on has been bad.
Yeah.
I'll give you an idea what the. I'll give you this. What the ability is called.
Uh-huh.
Touch of the Damned.
That doesn't sound nice.
So you both failed, from what I'm understanding at this point.
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh.
Your choice.
I feel like the luck could be used some other time.
We'll see.
I don't know. I'm very bad at this, okay? Yeah, that's the thing, Blaze. That is the catch. Because I do have my luck and I could re-roll it.
Let me know what you choose.
The question is, do you want to fail it?
That was kind of why I was asking. I was like, well,
He's not gonna tell you what it does.
I'll use the luck just to see if I'll
Okay.
get it. That's an 18.
That succeeds.
Okay.
Umbra, you're the one who failed.
Hey.
For the next minute, you are vulnerable.
Oh,
Oh, that's not good for Ethan. Because she'll take
That's his bonus.
essentially base damage, and he'll take
A
half of her
bonus?
or half of the vulnerability. Yeah, it's weird.
It's gonna attack Umbra, Sarkas, and Ace.
Mm.
Hey,
As
DM.
3 of the cannons point.
Hey, big boy.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead
Disadvantage
and
on
use
Ace.
my arcane shield on Umbra.
Fair. So versus Ace, that's only a 17.
Hey, Sonny, what is your AC? It's not the right sheet. His is a 21
Okay, so that one misses.
because he has a
I roll.
ring of protection. Because
Yeah. You rolled real low with that disadvantage. It would have probably hit you otherwise. 26 for Sarkas.
Oh, okay.
Boop 'em.
Oop, Jay. Hey. Maybe.
Hello? Jay?
I can boop him down to another channel. He'll probably come back.
Fair.
Like a boomerang.
To here. The 26 probably hit, but I don't know.
I know he's got a thing that allows him to use his reaction to up his
Yeah.
AC. I don't remember how much it was. Or what his current AC is.
I am expecting the shield to break probably immediately, but it will still take a chunk of the damage.
Cool. Does a 20 hit him?
Yes.
Okay. It's all
But I
damage
would like
over.
to use Claire's reaction to teleport in front of that and take the damage.
Okay, so
Wait, she can do
she's-
that?
she
Yep,
is not
protect
vulnerable. So this, but you can, so what happens is you both do your reactions pretty much simultaneously. So she appears in front of Umbra to take the damage of the cannonball that's flying, and a barrier appears in front.
That explains a lot.
Hello.
Hello. Does a 26 hit you?
Ah, let me see. Can I do math?
She did the Earth thing.
Even if I use that reaction, it's only going to boost it to 22 for my AC, so no, that hits.
Fair. So you take 10 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
And as Umbra gets shot at, Claire teleports in front, and then the barrier goes up in front of her. So it would have been, to Umbra, it would have been 30
Ooh.
damage. Because I rolled max of 15.
Oh.
Okay, so
you
it doesn't
absorb
destroy the shield.
You can absorb up to half of that damage. So rounded up. So we 8.
Okay, yeah, the shield is still intact.
Okay, and Claire, you take 7 points of bludgeoning. As you see the barrier get hit, and it just kind of pushes through, but still hits you with a slower impact.
Alright.
And the third one just kind of peters off next to Ace, like dodges as he kind of just dodges it.
Probably looks funny on that railing, like just graceful dodging, because monks are bullshit.
And that is its multi-tank and bonus action. Turi!
Oh, hi. Turi's first gonna look over at Ethan. Hey, your sister's crazy?
So is the rest of my family.
Yeah, I'm gathering.
Oh, wait. It might not be Turi's turn.
Oh. Why would it...
Oh, yeah, it is your turn. I gotta just put the Leviathan in the order.
Okay. Okay. Bonus action. How far can I set? I think I can... Damn. Yeah, bonus action. Ethan, you're getting a healing spirit directly on you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Good news. If he gets dropped to 0, he gets to make a save. Not drop to 0.
We're not testing that.
You're just don't know about that yet.
Okay, it's what again?
1d6.
1d6.
Yeah, D6 a base.
Okay, so only 2 this round,
Hey, man.
but it will start healing you constantly. So, okay, concentrating on that now.
It really depends if it decides that now he's getting healed. Just go fuck him up more.
I'm gonna try hitting this thing with my greatsword again. My greatsword, longsword, two-handed again. No fire right now.
Roll to hit.
Actually, wait, hold up. No, that wasn't what I was gonna do. Wait, I think that's a concentration. I don't think I can do that right now. Gosh darn it. Okay. That is a concentration. So yes, I am just going to get swingy with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll to hit.
Uh-huh. Oh, come on. And I've basically used up the D4 from the bond thingy. Well, what's it, right?
No, you still have it. It's every turn.
Okay.
Every creature turn.
Okay. That is 26 to hit then.
26 hits. Is that a magical weapon?
The longsword isn't. No, why?
Because you didn't use your ability to make it, which kind of makes it more magical, at least in my
Yeah.
opinion. It is immune to that damage.
Oh!
Oof.
Okay, I'm getting real tired of these things not taking my hits. She'll grab the scimitar instead and swing at it, which is a magical weapon. Why do you go from, like, really good all the way down to 6? So that's 12 to hit.
12 misses.
Yeah?
Glances
Yeah.
off the side of it again. Is it end of your turn?
Unfortunately, I don't have anything.
Okay. It's not a Leviathan's turn. You just told it to attack the thing, right?
Fox.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Didn't tell it how. That's good.
Oh,
Oh.
I don't think Ethan really knows enough about it to tell it how.
Yeah, he kind of just got it tossed to him and was like...
To be fair, he also was more focused on trying to not die.
yeah, that would, yeah.
That's fair. Well, it wouldn't want to hurt you. That is guaranteed thing. So it won't use Tidal Wave. Because that makes a wall of water all around it that goes outwards. Pushing everything away from it. Oh. Yeah. It's gonna do a multi-attack. A slam and attack, and its tail attack. Okay. This thing has a plus 16 to hit.
Jesus.
It misses with an 18.
Huh?
Well, technically, it is flanking. With, honestly, Ace.
Okay, that's true.
So that becomes a 15 plus 16, which will hit. It does 1d10 plus 10 bludgeoning with its slam. So that is 13, which is bludgeoning, which means it takes double, but it's also a siege monster.
Oh no, that is. Oh no.
And this is technically a boat. So 13 times 4, 52.
Oh. I don't regret any choices, even if we get tidal waved, man.
You know.
Second attack. That's cocked. That is a 17 on the die. That's a tail attack. Does this do anything different? Oh, it's a D12 plus a D10. Oh, it also does acid damage.
We love it.
A D10 and a D12. So another D10 of acid. Where'd my D... Where the fuck did the D10? Quit hiding from me. So number 9 acid. And then 48 bludgeoning. And another 10 acid.
Jesus. This thing has done as much damage as we all have done in separate turns.
It's a CR 20 creature.
That is true.
Listen, it was necessary.
I feel like there's people standing on the front there like, thank God that's on our side.
Watch it slam face first into it and then recoil up as the tail just wham! You see some of the mass collapse. Now it is Ace and Umbra's turn.
Cool. Did I let Ace go first, or did I go first last time?
I did just went because it was there, so it doesn't really matter. He's gonna punch it again whenever he does go, so he's not doing much.
I would like to chill touch this skelly boat.
Okay. Roll a hit.
At this point, I don't want to risk it healing somehow.
That's fair response.
Dirty 20?
Dirty 20 just hits.
Cool. I'm assuming this thing is immune to necrotic.
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't heal.
It also has disadvantage against you on its next attack because it's considered undead.
Is it against me or on all attacks?
I believe it is specifically you.
Yeah. Either case,
else
that's my
can you?
turn. I'll just look this up just to be sure.
Does the
Okay, yeah, just
Leviathan-
you.
Does the Leviathan use its legendary actions or not? No, not yet. Ace.
He's gonna punch it 4 times because he's gonna use flurry.
Okay.
He's not threatened. It hasn't actually hurt him yet.
This is fair.
Roll high though.
Yeah, flanking.
Oh yeah, that's much better. It's much better than the 13. So 27.
27? Roll
Yeah.
damage.
Oh. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14?
That is enough because it doubles.
So he doesn't need to use his flurry.
Yeah, it had 15 health after that fucking thing.
Oh, gee.
Routed it from 82.
Woo!
As it sinks, you hear, as long as the sea exists, so does the tyrant. So long as the tyrant exists, so does the sea.
So I need to punch in the face harder. Got it.
I hate that thing a lot. We need to... Yeah, I don't know.
What? It never hit me.
Lucky you.
I don't remember if he could resummon it or if it just comes back after so long.
He can resummon it at any point if he wants.
I think it was like a once a day summon though, or something like that. I don't remember the rules on it fully. I'll have to look into that later.
If it's once a day, we can see.
Actually, he will.
you know.
He's gonna just chill there and lean against the damn thing while healing spirit.
Circles.
Yeah, he's gonna leave that out just in case. Then.
It's just gonna circle the ship. Though you lose sight of it.
How to roll your healing spirits there.
Yeah. Yeah. How many do I get?
He never got it a second time,
That'll
so
be a
Yeah.
96.
96 because I don't know 10. Yeah.
Because it hasn't gotten to the. It would have just started.
Okay, hold up. I'm just gonna roll it in the bot thing and give you the total.
Yeah.
And I will wait till cure wounds to see how far that goes.
Roll
That'd be a lot.
10d6.
Yeah. A lot when you just stand on it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
32 points back.
Yes. He's above blooded again. And Warding Bot is still on Umbra for the hour.
Yeah.
Sarkas.
God, he took so much damage.
Yeah, that thing can hurt.
It was the mix of that and then taking half of Umbra's.
Yeah.
That initial double basically damage from the getting hit effectively twice from area effect.
Yeah. Claire's also going to toss the second level cure wounds at you.
Just kind of give her a nod.
Oh, hello, numbers.
Numbers.
That's another 15.
There. That almost brings him to max.
Good news, everyone.
Hmm.
It takes 24 hours for it to reconstitute.
Oh, good. We have 24 hours.
We don't know that. And
Just reevaluating who is getting the bond next time. And we'll also remember they have healing word as a bonus action.
There.
Yeah.
Well, It's fine. You guys we'll get a long rest now.
Oh, good.
Because I guarantee you, because the thing will just stay out there until you recall it, basically.
Yeah, and it took no damage, so he's not worried about it.
Nothing is getting close.
Goes back to his corner spot there.
Yeah, Turi's just crisscross on, just sitting, sword in lap.
It has 120 movement speed in the water.
It can keep up.
Umbra might be looking at you, mildly concerned. It's fine.
What?
Fuck. Words are important.
Yeah.
Shit.
Typically.
She'll just kind of just shake her head. Never mind. You're okay.
Lifts behind him and goes back into like a serpent.
Shrugs.
Your mild stalker may have been mildly concerned for your well-being.
Your mild stalker.
Yeah, apparently. I'll sit down and kind of rest, to be honest.
Yeah. Proper resting. Oh.
Fine.
Oh, yes. Need to also get rid of that.
Yeah, can you imagine though if it did the vulnerability thing before doing its volley?
Oof.
You know?
You've told us to think and learn. That's a scary thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ethan took a lot, man. Actually, how does Umbra look health-wise right now? Hello?
I'm sorry. Looking. She doesn't look too bad. She's like 44 out of 58.
Yeah, she took a lot of resistance.
None at all.
Also, DM, real quick question. My shield regens the HP it lost per long rest, right? Because it's not
Yes.
written down like that, but I wanted to check.
It effectively just acts like you.
Okay.
I will say this, because I don't know if I wrote it down or not. You can, during a short rest, you can expend hit dice to heal it if you wish.
Okay.
There's effectively a way to keep it going. Uh-oh.
Yeah, because this is something you might think of. Just because. It's fine. Odds are evens.
Should I call that?
Doesn't matter.
Evens?
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. He'll kind of give this like heavy sigh and just motion for Umbra to come over. I could put his arm around her or something. So she seems so worried.
And Umbra is content.
The sad
Now
thing is
Claire's
he's
seen
still.
it.
Yeah. The sad thing is he's like. She's a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's fine.
There's still no motion to see other than the thing moving in the water.
Well, I
Just
mean.
bumping up against the boat every so often.
Yeah, I think we lost Jay.
I think so too.
So, it might...
Might be a good point to start off at the beginning of the next day.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
This is fair.
Back to his spot. Just chill.
And I have marked that you guys have 7 successes.
I'm not sure how I feel about it.
It's fine. You just gotta succeed enough before you have to fight that thing again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, good news, this thing will hurt it a lot.
Yes, that is excellent
But
news.
But it will always hurt us a lot, probably, before that.
Yeah! That is the catch, ain't it?
Yeah, I was like, oh no, it does siege.
Yeah.
Now the thing about the siege is it also affects its tidal wave,
Oh no.
which means if it fails its DC 24 strength saving throw, it takes 60-10 bludgeoning. Everything that starts its turn in the wall. And at the start of each turn, the wall appears, it moves along. Any creatures move 50 feet away from the Leviathan.
Oh,
Any
goodness.
huge or smaller. Oh, so it wouldn't have been pushed away, but it would have taken that fucking damage.
Oh my god, this man is still doing his subathon.
Lex,
dear fuck.
why?
It's almost 40 hours now that he's been live. So we're gonna go raid him and show him some support.
I just...
Would you like some raid in this trying time?
Yeah.
I...
He's really cool. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, Blaze.
Yeah, thanks, please. Thanks for saving my life there.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Yeah, a little bit.
Bye, stream.
I'll catch you guys next time.
Yes.